Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Town of Superior Board of Trustees for Monday, May 13th, 2019. Meeting's called to order. Could we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Could we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Clint Folsom.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mark Lasis.
Here.
Sandy Hammerly. Here. Ken Lish.
Here.
Kevin Ryan.
Here.
Neil Shaw.
Here.
Boris Kwasinski. Here. Town Manager Matt Magley.
Here.
Town Attorney Kendra Carberry. Town Clerk Phyllis Harden here.
Thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda that board members would like to make? Any items to pull off the consent agenda or other changes?
We had a request from Bob to pull 3D.
Yes.
Planning Commission work plan.
Okay. I'll put you down to pull that. Any other changes? All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Lish. Second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. All those in favor? Passes unanimous. All right, next is reports, questions, and issues. Who'd like to start?
I'll start.
Sandy?
I have nothing to report.
All right. Neil?
Quickly, the library board, the Louisville Library held its board meeting this past Thursday. Out of that, they've chosen a book for the On the Same Page program this summer. The book is called The Last Cowboys, A Pioneer Family in the New West. And the author, John Branch, will be part of a book discussion in September at the Lafayette Library. Also, just so everyone's aware, the Lafayette Library, which is also part of the Flatirons Library Consortium, which we're also part of, has now gone fine-free for all their patrons. They've become sort of the last community outside of Louisville to do this. So we're waiting for Louisville to embrace the same movement here shortly. But that's about all the updates that I have. The only other thing I'll mention is attended the Arbor Day celebration. I think others are going to talk about it. And then Mayor Folsom and I toured the Element Hotel 2 weeks ago, which it looks pretty cool. Thanks.
Yes. Thanks. Mark?
So on April 23rd, I attended the Broomfield City Council meeting. There's two things on the agenda that brought me to that meeting. Number one was a discussion of the $2.5 million funding contribution that Broomfield was going to make towards the Jefferson Parkway project. And then secondly, there was discussion about support for Superior's motion that we're bringing to the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council, opposing oil and gas drilling in Rocky Flats. On the second item, Broomfield discussed our motion and indicated that they would be supporting our motion, which is great because originally there was reluctance on Broomfield's part. So great thanks to Broomfield for supporting Superior's motion. Hopefully other communities are going to do similarly, and we'll be considering that motion formally at the June 3rd meeting of the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council. On the Jefferson Parkway discussion, one of the interesting points was that, so Broomfield was expecting a representative from CDPHE to come and talk about the environmental impacts from the state's perspective of building Jefferson Parkway. But given the new administration, with the Polis administration, CDPHE is kind of reconsidering, and so they didn't show up. So they stood Broomfield up, and the city council was pretty frustrated about that. And so as a result, they ended up tabling the discussion, and they're going to give CDPHE another opportunity to come before the city council and revise their position statement on Jefferson Parkway. For what it's worth, so I don't know when that will be scheduled, but I'll let the board know for sure. It's definitely, it was an interesting experience seeing how that city council operates compared to the town of Superior here. For what it's worth, it seems like there's 10 members of the city council in Broomfield, and if there's a tie, the mayor casts the deciding vote. So there are 4 city council members who are opposed to funding the Jefferson Parkway, 3 who are in support, and 4 who are on the fence. So this is very much in play, very much up in the air. If it ends up being a split vote, the mayor will break the tie in favor of supporting the funding contribution. So for those who oppose the Jefferson Parkway, as the town of Superior has in the past, I'd encourage you to pay attention to what's going on in Broomfield. Lobby Mayor Pro Tem Betty Erickson, Mike Shelton, Stan Jazerski, and Kim Groom, and encourage them to save Broomfield taxpayer dollars and not fund additional work on the Jefferson Parkway. Second, I wanted to give Matt, Martin, and the rest of staff, Patrick, Allison, Brian, Kevin, and all the others who participated in the planning and development of the Autry Park skate park and the ribbon cutting that was held on Arbor Day. Kudos. My family's been to Autry Park multiple times each weekend since that event, and it's always just full of people. The skate park came out amazing. The pump track is a lot of fun, even for somebody who doesn't know what they're doing on a pump track like myself. Special thanks to the Superior Youth Leadership Council for the cleanup events they hosted in Autry Park. Autry Park is really turning into a gem here in town, so I think we should keep the momentum going and just continue to use it and enjoy it. Lastly, on a somber note, I know everyone is aware of the school shooting that occurred at the STEM school in Highlands Ranch last week, where Kendrick Castillo was shot and killed, and 7 other students were also injured in the shootings. You know, these types of shootings used to be unfathomable, and now they're commonplace. And after each of them, we hear common refrains of thoughts and prayers for the victims, calls for gun control on the one end of the political spectrum, and calls for protecting Second Amendment constitutional rights on the other. But then memories fade and we move on with our lives, never making any progress until we're reminded by the next mass shooting. Rinse and repeat. And it's an incredibly sad state of affairs that this is the new normal that we live in and that our children have to live in. A reality where active shooter drills are commonplace. And just last week, I had to explain to my 7-year-old son what to do in case there was an active shooter. And that just shouldn't happen. So I'm not here today to start a discussion on gun control, but thoughts and prayers aren't enough. I don't have the solution to the nation's crisis, but we can do more. And we can do something to make sure that schools here in Superior Elementary, El Dorado K through 8, Monarch High School, are safer. So I'm calling on the leaders in these schools to start a discussion with us, with our community, to let us know what we can do to make schools safe for our children. Do they need better security? Deputies on site? Additional counselors? Mental health services? I want to know. I want to know what the schools need and how we can help. If it's a question of money, I want the town to consider supporting those initiatives. We can certainly do more to keep our kids safe, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Kevin.
Thanks, Mark. And the name Kendrick Lamar, who I think all of you have now heard that name, I think it's wonderful that he is a hero, and Lamar is Castillo. No, did I just put him? Anyway, Kendrick Castillo, excuse me. Thank you for correcting. I think it's remarkable that Kendrick is the name that we remember out of that. It's very, very sad. So a few things, or a couple things. We received a couple of emails from a resident who lived on Carvel Street expressing in the neighborhood, gosh, my brain is not working. In the Waterford neighborhood, thank you. Expressing concerns about a couple of matters related to the construction in downtown Superior. 2 concerns, the storage of the heavy equipment when it's not in use, and the recent installation of a trailer, which I believe is a sales trailer related to the Thrive Home site. So I had the opportunity to talk to that resident as it relates to the staging for the heavy equipment. Matt, maybe during your report, I'd like to hear from you where we think that equipment should be staged when not in use at this point during the construction. when we were talking about this, and even before the dirt moving phase in 2013, I believe there were 2 sites for the staging. There was a site by Discovery at the end of Discovery Parkway, and another near the sports stable parking. At this stage, I'm sort of unclear where the equipment should be stored or staged when not in use. So would love for you to talk about that. It's an active construction site. It's going to be an active construction site for years. I watched some of the old videos of our predecessors as they were talking about it, and there was one kind of almost a funny comment that he didn't expect it to be an immaculate construction site, but we did assure the residents that we would do our best as a town to make sure that we would minimize the impact to those residents where it was possible. So Matt, if you could talk about that. As it relates to the construction trailer, I'm not sure we as a community at the time ever expected there to be a sales trailer up on that site, which is sort of the phase 2, phase 3 area. So I understand that from a sales perspective, I get the value of Thrive and future home builders having a temporary building up there, and it may not be a technical violation of our town code, but I'd like, at a minimum, to make sure all those amendments or applications, even those that appear to be very administrative in nature, let's make sure we post those not only on the job site, which none of us, of course, would have access to, but we've done a really great job over the last few months with notification on the town website. So if we could just include those applications, no matter how administrative in nature, around those buildings on the town website. And in that case, the members of the community will have the opportunity to provide public comment, and maybe we'll take exception. And I think we sometimes have process if a member of the community takes exception to something in that. So anyway, that's my ask. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Laura?
So along with Trustee Hemmerly, I hosted First Friday on May 3rd. Topics discussed include town center access, per capita services, 88th Street construction, Rock Creek Parkway and Coal Creek Drive intersection, the Riverbend engagement survey, the fire department agreement, Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport, and green space in downtown Superior. For those who weren't able to attend, I have included short summaries of the conversation and links to supporting materials on my blog at lauraforsuperior.com. For the board, I believe most of you are aware, but I need to leave 15 minutes early tonight at 10:15 p.m. to catch a flight. I'll certainly, if we aren't in executive session at that point, I'll certainly dial in and listen to what's being said. And then finally, this Friday, the Historical Commission meeting, I'm unable to attend, and my backup Ken is also unable to attend. So I wanted to see if anyone else on the board might be able to cover from 10 a.m. to noon. I'll send an email offline rather than keep it here. Thanks.
Thanks, Laura. Ken?
Yep. I only have one meeting to go over. Today, Trustee Ryan and I met with Rocky Mountain Fire. It was our second meeting with the group. Rocky Mountain Fire updated us that beyond looking at a partnership with Lafayette, they are now in talks with Mountain View Fire as well. For a full merger. This merger would include reducing the highest mill rate down to the lower mill rate of the two districts. That would mean reducing our mill rate down to 16. It is a very quick and abbreviated time frame Rocky Mountain Fire is looking to do this with. They are assuming everyone meets the timelines with which they have scheduled. The merger would be effective and go into effect on January 1st of next year. There will be a lot of work between now and then, and we'll get a lot of information along the way. One thing that we were told today is that Mountain View at their next board meeting, which is next week, will be requesting that we, Superior, proceed with a service agreement and put that into place for their merger talks. So there'll be more to come, and it might be something we add back to our agendas and talk further about.
Okay. Thanks, Ken. I'd like to echo Mark's comments that you made on the Arbor Day event at Autry Park. Thanks to town staff and Superior Chamber, ProStack, the Superior Youth Leadership Council, and everyone for organizing and executing on a great event and a great new amenity, the skate park. I want to recognize a resident named Tori Powers. He's a resident at Bell Flatirons, grew up in Superior, moved away for a while, came back. He's the one that has been very involved in a lot of volunteer efforts there and designed the logo, the Ride Autry logo that was on the t-shirt, or that is on the t-shirts and the stickers. And so he's getting the Volunteer of the Year award from the Superior Chamber in June. So congratulations, Tori. And I want to recognize and thank Superior resident Anthony DeFau. Many of you know him as Extreme Building. Anthony is present at just about all of our town events and usually has some giveaway for residents or kids. And at this most recent event at Autry Park, he was giving away skateboard decks that kids that won them took them to the skateboard shop in the mall and got wheels put on them. And that simple little act, it actually, my son won one of them, and among others, and but it actually turned something that was very intimidating, and I doubt he would have tried it, into being very excited about it. And now his brother has a skateboard, and they get up at 6:30 in the morning on the weekends. Imagine that, to go down and beat the crowds, as they put it, because they're not very good yet, and they want to give it a try. So I think, a little small act that Anthony did, nobody asked him to do it. He just came up with that idea on his own. It's just a great idea of how our community comes together and makes a great event even better by kind of extending that outward. So thanks, Anthony. A couple of upcoming events on Saturday, May 18th, 10 a.m. to noon here at Town Hall. State Senator Tammy Story and Representative Matt Gray will be here for a Town Hall event just to do a legislative wrap-up. So come and visit with them. And reminder that our next board meeting will be shifted to Tuesday, May 28th. It's usually on Monday, but Monday is the Memorial Day holiday, and the town hall will be closed for Memorial Day, so we shift the regular meeting to the next Tuesday. And Tuesday, June 4th is the 2019 annual Superior Chamber Awards Dinner at the Gatehouse in Lafayette. And it's graduation season, so congratulations to all the graduates, whether you're graduating from kindergarten, middle school, high school, college, or other. Congratulations. Everyone should be very proud of your accomplishments, and congrats to the parents too of recent graduates. And we had a final item is a question about a work session on June 17th to discuss downtown Superior, and we just need to finalize that one way or the other.
Yeah, out of our meeting that we had with RC Superior, Trustee Ryan and Mayor Pro Tem Lasis and myself, they, part of their Main Street FDP that they're working on has community center amenities overlooking the plaza, which was one of the comments they heard from the board at their concept plan. And out of that discussion was, well, we need to get you guys in front of the board so you can get direction on what actually, how many square feet and that kind of stuff, so they included in their FDP. The complicating factor here is Bill Jinks from RC Superior's wife is about to have their second child at the end of the month, so he couldn't commit to the May 28th work session. Didn't think he'd commit to the June 10th work session. It was kind of iffy, so we came to the June 17th date as an off Monday. And I got some feedback from board members, but thought better to discuss it when all 7 are sitting here.
So Matt, just so thank you for bringing that up, and I actually meant to send an email that I neglected to do so. I want to be careful with the wording that we're not really considering this either. It's not a work session per se. I think if it's a meeting, and if it's just a meeting that's scheduled on June 17th, and the agenda for that meeting is to discuss, and we are taking public comment, then I think would make a lot of sense. I just don't want to, and I think that was the intent, at least that was kind of my understanding. We would have talked about it at a regular meeting, but just with timing, we couldn't. So it's
Right,
almost
yeah.
like a regular meeting, it's just scheduled, but
Right, yeah.
I think we use the word work session,
Yeah.
which
Mhm.
I think sometimes we don't always take public comment during work session if time doesn't permit. So with those two, let's just call it what it is. which is a
Special meeting.
Special meeting.
Yeah, thank you for that
And then
correction.
let's just also make sure that we budget in time for public comment.
Okay, any others?
If we're going to do this, I'm looking at our calendar, and we have just roughly scheduled our quarterly retreat on July 1st as well. Can we combine these meetings rather than having back-to-back meetings? Chris?
The reason for kind of the rush on this is, so we had a discussion with Ryan Lefkowitz and Bill Jenks, Kevin and I, and Matt, and they are moving forward with submitting the FDP for the commercial core for downtown Superior, and they want to make sure that that submittal is, accurately reflects what it is that we want in terms of community space. So right now they're open to it. It's kind of like a blank slate in terms of what the box would include. So we need to really have this discussion first and foremost before something gets submitted, goes through the planning process, then comes to the board, and then all of a sudden, we're several months down the road and they're having to revise things. So they'd like to kind of get it right beforehand.
Yeah. And I'm not proposing that we push this meeting. I'm proposing that we pull forward the board retreat.
I would second
Yeah.
that suggestion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the point is, and to Kevin's point, in making it the board retreat, we don't really have the opportunity to have discussion with the public. And if we just have a special meeting, because we're always trying to get through so many things on the board retreat, this is such a big, critical item for discussion that's been a long time coming, that I'm sure that the public's going to want to discuss, what the community space is going to look like in downtown Superior. So I think we need to have a special meeting on the 17th and really just have that item on the agenda so we can fully discuss it at length with the board and then with the community.
I'll be amenable to whatever the board chooses. I would still push to do 3 or 4 hours of board retreat, break, and then jump into a special meeting rather than doing multiple nights worth of meetings. It's my preference.
I could see.
I would agree with Ken on that too.
Okay. I think it could make for a very long special meeting / retreat, because I think the downtown Superior discussion could take a couple of hours itself.
I had expressed concerns earlier about calling a special work session on June 17th, but based on Kevin's recommendation is that it actually be called as a special meeting where we actually can engage the public. I would be supportive of that concept, and I would ask that if we're going to do this, let's focus on that discussion that night, and we not try and also have a retreat. So I would really ask that we focus on downtown Superior on the 17th, if that's what we're going to do.
That would be my recommendation as well, and recognize we're kind of stacking meetings. So if we need to push so I personally can't do the afternoon of the 17th. So I wouldn't be able to go retreat, break, special meeting. But I recognize, if we want to push the retreat from July 1st to mid-July or August 1st or whatever, I'd be down for that. But I do want to accelerate. I think it's a great opportunity. I think Mark articulated it really nicely about the importance of doing this. And so there is some urgency.
Okay, so we're good with
Yeah, I
that?
concur with, separating out the two and then maybe push the retreat just to push things out a little bit
Let's
more.
do maybe a doodle poll again.
Yeah.
Around the retreat. Thanks, Matt. Cool. You guys cool?
would be the 7th?
Matt,
I was thinking starting 6. Yeah.
good. Okay. Everybody good with 6 on the 17th?
Yeah, and since you guys brought it up, will there be a any written notes from the meeting that you all had with Ranch Capital, so the rest of us are looped in?
I'm happy to share the few notes that I took, but yeah, happy to do that.
Be appreciated.
Yeah.
Okay. That was it for my announcements. Matt?
As you mentioned, the Superior Chamber of Commerce Awards dinner is coming up. as chamber members, we have a table. So I think Kevin Colon emailed each of you, seeing if you're interested in attending. If you could just let him know, and then we can determine if one table's enough or if we need to get a second. Let's see. We can definitely post applications that we receive for temporary uses on the website rather than just the property, so we'll start doing that. And then as far as storage of equipment, and this is going from memory, when they were doing the grading work, we required them to park the vehicles in a specific location away from the residences. Most of the equipment you see out there today is the smaller digging and foundations equipment, and that's not as easy to move to different locations. Usually they have to throw that on a flatbed trailer to move that. So but it should be kept on the site, not in the buffer area at all. Right. So that's something we'll continue to monitor as staff. And then the construction crews, the framing crews, typically have been parking on the streets after they've been paved. And then they do have material locations where they store material. The current location, one of them is east of the Village Green Park, and then they have another location just off of Main Street that they store material, depending on where the building is that's under construction.
Okay.
And the sheriff's office does go through there regularly to make sure that the construction crews are not blocking roadways or parking illegally, which we've had problems with. So, you know, we're trying to stay on top of all the construction crews that are out there.
Okay.
And Kendra will be here. She had a conflict, but she'll be here shortly after 7:30, I think she said. So.
Okay. All right, Phyllis, anything? All right. Okay, we are on to public comment at this time. If you'd like to make public comment, just give a little wave. I'll signal you to come up. I believe Gladys had 1 second on you there, so you'll be second. So Gladys, go ahead. All right, we'll just call you as we come to it. Just please limit comments to 5 minutes and start with your name and address, please.
Gladys Forshee, 404 South 3rd Avenue, Original Town. I want to make sure that all of you know where the south addition of Original Town is at. There is massive construction going on. On 2nd Avenue, there have been 30 cuts in 2nd Avenue, and that street is horrible. Whatever they've filled it with, some of it's dirt, some of it's concrete. The dirt has settled, of course, with all the moisture. So we have holes going across these sharp cuts in the street. One place, there's an 1.5 inch high piece of concrete sticking up. Now, I'm going to tell you, that is absolutely ridiculous for Boulder Creek builders to leave that street in that condition. I want that street fixed tomorrow. Fill the goddamn son of a bitch and holes up. And I don't care if you don't like my language or not. We should not have to drive that street in the condition that it's in. Take a tour down there when you go home tonight, but since you don't have to drive it every day, I'm sure it doesn't matter to you. Fix that street tomorrow.
Okay. Additional public comment? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Greg Blimling. I live at 2960 Castle on Circle, which is in Calmonte. I have a prepared statement to read, and after I read it, I have a few personal comments I'd like to make. My comments today are to add my voice to the number of complaints you've already heard about the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport, particularly the noise that they produce, and specifically about their plans to expand and bring in heavy cargo planes and passenger jets. Contrary to what has been implied by the RMMA, the Rock Creek Ranch aviation easement is not at all a standard boilerplate type of easement agreement. Whoever negotiated that easement clearly foresaw the damage that unrestricted airport growth would inflict upon future Rocky Creek residents' quality of life, safety and property values, and wrote in extraordinary protections that tied the easement to the limits on growth imposed by Jeffco's 1988 airport master plan. They then wrote in 5 limitation clauses that define the specific triggers that would void the Rocky Creek's aviation easement. After many hours of studying the 1988 airport master plan and the subsequent 2011 airport master plan, and reading through literally every article that could be found by the Aviation Noise Committee referencing RMMA or Jeffco Airport, the committee feels they have defined proof that the RMMA Jeffco has violated limitation clauses, specifically Section 2B and Section 2C of the Rocky Creek Ranch aviation easement by exceeding the limits imposed by the 1988 airport master plan. Specifically, the committee found through its extensive investigations that the limitation clause 2C has been violated by the RMMA in 2011-2014 through the runway reconstruction and enhancements that brought the main runway up to design specifications that allowed a change in the airport's reference code from a what's called 2C to a CD3 classification. This change code is highly relevant because it means that larger, heavier aircraft with broader wingspans and higher one-way approach speeds can now use the runway. Similarly, the secondary runway was brought up to design specifications that allowed a change from B2 to C2, which means that jets with approach speeds of up to 140 knots can now use those runways. The limitation clause states specifically this: the easement granted under paragraph 1 shall remain in effect unless any of the following shall occur. And here's the relevant language: the type and size of aircraft using the airport as permitted under the 1988 master plan shall be changed or become inconsistent with that master plan, which it has. The committee also finds that clause 2B has been violated, given that as a result of the runway enhancements described above, the airport is now serving larger, heavier aircraft with broader wingspans and faster approach speeds on both the main runway and the secondary runway. The differences in the types of aircraft now accommodated by these upgrades is far from trivial. Under Design Group 2, these aircrafts include things such as a Beech King Air C-90, a Canada Air regional jet, a Cessna Citation 2, a Gulfstream 2 and 3, etc. Whereas Design Group 3 includes an Airbus 320, a Boeing 727, a Boeing 737, DC-9s, Fokker 100s, Gulfstream 5s and 550s, and the MD-80, all of which would be permitted by the expansion now under consideration and now currently authorized by their current process that they're doing in violation of the easement agreements. Given the following comments by the RMMA director, Paul Anslow, in August of 2018 interview he gave to Business View magazine, he wrote the following, or said the following, quote, "I want to bring in a commercial flight service to the airport. We used to have 6-day-a-week commercial flights. It's down to 1 day a month. So we're really pushing hard to get that back up and running. We're strategically located between Boulder and Denver, 2 growing high-end cities. We think that we're in the right place at the right time, and commercial service would be the absolute knockout for the airport."
Do you mind wrapping up your comments? We're at 5 minutes.
I have half a paragraph. "The community and our business partners here would benefit. Our goal is to build 3 terminal gates. We need to act to prevent what they are planning to do, which is to bring in heavy commercial aircraft that is terribly disruptive to the residents. Already you're hearing complaints because of the pilot schools or flight schools that they're running. And if they add this to their repertoire of airplanes coming in, it will significantly lower property values and cause dangerous airplanes to be flying over our homes as well as over our schools."
Okay, thank you. Okay. Next public comment? Yes, sir.
My name is Micah Noisy. I live on Gibson Court. I just have a little prepared comment here, and then I'll be real brief. Just a little story about us. We completed our Circle of Rock Creek last year. Grateful to be back for good. Let me explain this a little bit. My wife and I first lived here in 1999. We bought a home on Weldona Lane in Rock Creek in spring of 2000, fell in love with Boulder County. Our first son was born here in summer of 2000. We used to walk to Riverbend Park and watch the seasons change and the changing beauty of that park. Not once did we ever think of needing something to play on in this park. When needed, we'd extend the day and walk up to Purple Park. The only time we couldn't enjoy these venues was in the summer when it was too hot. We wished at the time that there was maybe better tree cover, or maybe they put a cover over those parks at the time. We always dreamed of owning a home backing to Riverbend Park, which is a beautiful park. My wife was serving in the Air Force at the time, and we knew that this was only a temporary stop, but we knew we wanted to return someday. So in 2002, we received orders to move, sold the home, and our family moved on. Fast forward to 2017, my wife and our family were completing our 25-year military life. We were in Ohio at the time, but knew we wanted to get back to Superior. She retired in July of 2017, and we started our search for a home in Rock Creek. We couldn't believe our luck when we found our forever home. Our forever home became available right up the road from Riverbend Park. Our seventh move from when we left here in 2002 brought us back full circle to exactly where we wanted to be in Rock Creek. Here's my comment. We love the park as is. I am in front of you tonight on record, and this is the only time you'll hear me in this forum. I know some of the trustees, you guys will continue to hear from me. I would like to ask the Riverbend area and the area of the park by Pitkin on this side of Rock Creek, two beautiful nature areas. I would like them to be designated permanently as nature preserves. I ask that it be permanently voted that these areas will never have any additional permanent and or artificial structures or amenities be added, period. I love landscape photography. I'm going to continue to go down there and take pictures. I just ask that we keep those areas as they are, as the beautiful nature preserves. And if there's some way we can, as a city, name these as permanent nature reserves, I'd like that to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Yes.
My name is Sherry Summer. I'm a resident of Louisville, 910 South Palisade Court, but I'm here to talk to you also about the Rocky Mountain Metro Airport. I was recently at an FAA meeting talking about the flights from DIA and changing flight patterns when one of the people from the FAA said, "We think it's so great that the Rocky Mountain Airport is a good neighbor, has a good neighbor policy." And I was a little bit perplexed because we had a very big meeting last summer when many people voiced their concerns, both from Louisville and Superior. And I have seen no change. If anything, things are getting much, much worse. I really urge you, we are different towns, but we have the same problems. Residents are suffering. We can't go outside for 5 minutes without hearing planes overhead. Please, we just need some action on the consultants that have been hired and to have some relief for residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Can I just mention to the audience that the Louisville City Council will also be discussing this tomorrow night at their meeting.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what time. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, next public comment? Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Diane Marcella. I'm a resident of Rock Creek South. While there are many impacts that Rocky Mountain Metro Airport has in the town of Superior and its residents, some of which I've spoken about before to members of the town board, such as quality of life and safety risks, I would like to focus on economic impact tonight. Airport Director Anzo was invited here to address the potential for scheduled commercial flight operations at RMMA, which he has expressed as a potential goal, along with continued growth in flight operations and land development. While we appreciate Director Anzo accepting the invitation, Superior residents want tonight's presentation to be a discussion with specific information on long-range plans, as opposed to a public relations endeavor touting economic data in terms of jobs and larger revenue and tourism dollars, or how the airport wants to be, quote, a good neighbor. I want to discuss the potential economic impact of continued growth in flight operations on Superior for current residents and future residents. Per RMMA operations data from the FAA OpsNet database, flight operations at the airport have increased 47% in the last 5 years, from approximately 115,000 in 2014 to 170,000 in 2018. 55,000 more flight operations last year than in 2014, 55,000. Boeing 737s on March 28th, a 757, have already flown over Superior. Whether or not RMMA changes from a reliever airport for DIA and becomes a commercial service airport, the current pace of growth in touch-and-go operations and corporate jet traffic poses a potential to soon adversely affect residential property values in the summit of Rock Creek, Calmonte, Saddlebrook, and Rock Creek, if they haven't already on certain streets in Rock Creek South. A 2017 study by Realtor.com showed that homes within 2 miles of airports were discounted 13.2% in selling price. According to a study from ResearchGate, quote, there is a statistically significant negative relationship between airport noise and residential property values, end quote. Here's the economic impact many residents are concerned about, the value of their homes. Take Rock Creek as an example. There are roughly 2,800 homes in Rock Creek. If a conservative estimate of impact of continued growth in flight operations negatively affects just 25% of homes in Rock Creek, using an average home value of $600,000, which then suffer a 15% decrease in property value, would result in $63 million in property value losses for those 700 homes. $63 million. In addition, hundreds of new residential units are planned to be built in Superior. As Superior develops a reputation in the media or real estate community as a town with a noise pollution problem due to continued growth in jet and single-engine traffic, will residential sales suffer? Are the builders and developers behind the approved, current, and under-reviewed developments aware that the airport is considering a development plan for commercial passenger traffic and a long-range plan for more continued growth? The saying is, if you build it, they will come. But what if they don't? What if they come to look at an existing or new residential home in Superior and they see large jet traffic overhead, which you already see now on McCaslin, decide to get back in the car and look at the next neighborhood on their list? Will they still be enticed by our trails or open space, our BVSD schools with 737s and continuous single-engine aircraft flying overhead? Will tax revenues to the town of Superior and Boulder County be negatively impacted? This is the economic impact of continued flight operation growth at the airport that we all should worry about. Homeowners, developers, town officials, and Boulder County. And lastly, there's an Airport Advisory Board meeting tomorrow night at 5 p.m. at RMMA. We hope there will be representation from the town or city of Louisville tomorrow night. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Hi, I'm Lori Muir, also of Calmonte. I'm also co-chair of the Superior Airport Noise Committee, and what I want to read tonight is a blog post that I wrote for Laura's blog to correct a misstatement of fact. And after reading it, I thought it had a lot of good information that the people of Superior, and particularly the people of Rock Creek HOA, might find interesting. It's a follow-up on Greg's speech here a while back. The 1995 Rock Creek Ranch easement is void. because RMMA and Jeffco violated at least 2 of the 5 limitation clauses listed under paragraph 2, which says the following. The easement granted under paragraph 1 shall remain in effect unless any of the following shall occur. A, the airport shall cease being used as a general aviation reliever airport, as those terms are defined as of the date of this agreement. B, the type and size of aircraft using the airport as permitted under the master plan shall change or become inconsistent with such master plan. Or if there's an increase in passenger usage over that disclosed in the master plan, or the airport is used for freight delivery. C, the authority shall lengthen the existing runways, build additional runways, or increase the load capacity of such runways beyond the proposed limits currently contained in the master plan. D, the noise contours contained in the master plan are exceeded by the sustained operation of aircraft in the airspace easement. Or E, the noise, vibration, and all other effects of aircraft operation on the property exceed 60 LDN. If any of the above shall occur, this easement shall terminate without further notice. In paragraph 1, Rock Creek Ranch grants an easement over their property. In paragraph 2, Rock Creek Ranch lists the 5 conditions or limitations under which the easement will terminate. The limitations clauses are explicitly tied to the Jeffco RMMA 1988 Airport Master Plan, as explained in the preface section of the agreement. No other subsequent master plan is relevant, as this easement agreement is a contract and only speaks to what is specifically referenced in this contract at the date of its signing, not what the airport now wishes they had referenced. RMMA did not increase the length of the runway beyond 9,000 feet. They increased the load capacity of the main runway beyond the limits specified in the Airport Master Plan, 1988 Airport Master Plan. The main runway was increased to 100,000 pounds load-bearing capacity in 2014, in spite of the limit clearly stated in the 1988 Master Plan being 75,000 pounds. This increase in load-bearing capacity, as well as other upgrades made during that runway reconstruction and runway safety area expansion, brought that runway up to the design specifications required by the FAA to accommodate an entire class of larger, heavier jets with broader wingspans and higher runway approach speeds. Anyone who has lived in Superior for a while can see and hear the difference in the types of aircraft now using the airport. The parallel runway, the shorter one, was later also brought up to a higher design specification from B2 to C2, allowing larger, faster jets to use that runway as well, further violating Limitation Clause 2C and voiding the easement agreement. That standard navigation easements only apply under 1,000 feet is irrelevant in this case, because unlike standard navigation easements, which are completely one-sided in favor of the airport authority, this easement has specific conditions imposed by the grantor, Rock Creek Ranch, that terminate the easement if violated. The Rock Creek navigation easement agreement was designed to limit noise by limiting RMMA growth, both in terms of the physical airfield and in terms of the types of aircraft using the airport. It was written by someone involved with the Rock Creek Ranch PUD, who was also on the Airport Technical Advisory Committee for the 1988 Master Plan, and who knew exactly what would happen to Superior and Rock Creek Ranch if airport expansion was not capped. That's why he linked the easement to the maximum growth foreseen by the 1988 Master Plan, because growth beyond that proposed in the 1988 Master Plan would kill the quality of life in the community he was involved in building. Jeffco RMMA agreed to the Rock Creek Ranch navigation easement as written and signed it. It's a contract and they voided it by their own actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
This is my first time here, so I'm a little nervous.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Karen Filardo, and I too live in Rock Creek South. My husband, Bill, and I moved to Superior in 2002, and we've loved living here. It's a great community. We have never complained about airplane noise until 2018, when noise pollution from RMMA significantly increased to affect our health and safety. My husband wrote this letter to Karen Snortland last February about airplane noise from our MMA. My wife Karen has written to you concerning the airport noise issue. I am sending you my own input concerning this. My stress level about this situation has increased considerably and is negatively affecting my efforts to recover from a condition affecting my hearing, and very likely my health in general and that of the people in the affected communities. Denver Post 123/19. A study of next-gen flight path near LaGuardia Airport in New York by Columbia University's Mailman School of Public Health concluded that exposure to loud and continuous noise can have ill effects, including cardiovascular disease and anxiety. On those living under a flight path, I am trying to control my own stress levels and about the situation, but I am angry that I even have to. The noise subsided considerably during the holiday season and days of winter weather conditions. It seems that was just the eye of the hurricane, as fair weather recently has brought a resumption of this major annoyance, threat, and danger to our communities. Below is what I wrote earlier about this situation, but did not send to you in hopes the situation would be corrected. It has not. He wrote this in the fourth quarter in December when things had really gotten bad. Over the last several months of this year, 2018, previous years okay, our communities of Superior, Louisville have experienced a drastic increase in noise from small aircraft based at the nearby Rocky Mountain Metro Airport. We understand that destination flights out of the airport occur throughout the day, but the noises from them are fleeting and passing. The offending aircraft are the small single-engine planes. They are constantly buzzing and circling like flying lawnmowers over our communities, sometimes at low altitudes over schools and houses, at various and all times of the day, and even into the dark, early evening hours. They are buzzing as I type this. They are just as bad as hot rodders gunning up and down neighborhood streets. It is like living under the filming of a World War II movie. The airport has set up a complaint line, which we call constantly. The line has been available for months and has likely received thousands of calls. There have been meetings of officials and airport people with no results. We read that more meetings are upcoming. We have spoken with several neighbors who are also very distressed and angry about the small aircraft nuisance. We understand that runway orientation dictates takeoff and landing directions, but once in the air, we cannot understand why the aircraft cannot turn and go just nearby over dozens of square miles of open space, where if there is an unfortunate incident, it does happen, a small aircraft recently crashed in Erie and 2 were killed, that the collateral damage would be some cows. In summary, the airport noise pollution is seriously affecting the physical and mental health of community residents and poses a constant threat of tragic destruction of life and property. Training flights and flying clubs do not belong over densely populated areas. I ask for our trustees, Mayor Folsom, and the Boulder County Commissioners to protect Superior and Louisville from airport activity that affects our health and endangers our safety. Here are some recommendations that could help. Establish a strenuous noise abatement policy at the airport, especially regarding small aircraft. Require strict aircraft engine muffling modification on all small RMA aircraft. There is currently no noise abatement policy at our MMA. According
if you could please wrap up do you mind wrapping up your comments? We're a little over 5 minutes, thanks.
Okay, I just have one more sentence. According to FAA spokesman at RMMA last week, the airport itself, not the FAA, modifies flight loops and patterns that would take the small aircraft operations out over the open space that is available further west of McCaslin and Highway 93 and south of 128. Also, the use of the full runway for a touch and go makes it such that the aircraft do come our way. If they could use less than that, it would be beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Okay, additional, yes, go ahead.
Hey y'all, Burton McKenzie, 1514 East Weldona Way. I just had my comment was just a question is that given some of the information that was provided here, I read word for word the entire consultant's material related to the RMA topic, as well as every letter that's attached. There are 4 of them in the appendix section of that. So, and it actually made references to the language in the aviation easements, but it actually did not actually have the appendices to those letters or the maps in all those letters that were from the airport. So my question is, why didn't our consultants' reports so far provide that language? I did not see that in any of that information in the reports. So this is news to me. I'm getting caught up here, but it seems like to me that easements that were granted all the way back to 1987, aviation requests by the airport to Rock Creek Ranch and developers that, and if they've breached that type of, growth, uncapped growth, I don't think that's okay. So my question is, why aren't our consultants identifying that, if that's the case? And then for 2, what can be done about it? That's all I have.
Thank you. Additional comments?
Rachel Bray, 2355 Andrew Drive. I didn't come up with any prepared comments, but when I was shocked when I saw Diane's email saying 737s they were considering them coming in here. I have seen a plane go down near here. So luckily there was an open space area for it to go into and nobody was hurt, but imagine a bigger plane going into some homes. There would be a lot more damage and collateral going on there. I live on Andrew Drive, as I said. If you look at the map, it lines up with the airport, one of the runways. So we get a lot of traffic coming over us. I've been okay with the smaller planes, but yes, I have noticed recently there have been larger planes, jets, and 737s are much larger than those. And the larger ones are disturbing, and a 737 does not belong out here in suburbia, rural Colorado. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, used to live in California, in the Bay Area, had jets going over our property for the San Francisco airport. You could not stand outside and talk on the cell phone. We have nice, quiet neighborhoods here, and we need to keep them that way. That's the attraction, and that's the value of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Additional public comment?
Good evening, board. It's good to see you folks. Before I start my comments, I just want to tell you, wowza,
Brett.
Get the street.
Brett.
I will.
Your name. Just start with your name.
No problem. Brad Walker.
Thank you.
Get the street fixed for Gladys. She's very upset. My name is Brad Walker. I live in the town of Superior, approximately 1 mile from the departure end of Rocky Mountain Metro. I'm also a pilot and member of AOPA. Wanted to provide some comments tonight. You're about to hear from the airport consultants in terms of where we currently stand in the process of noise. I'd like to point out to the town board a comment in the report. On page 24, the airport consultants quote, due to the proximity to the airport and the location specifically of the Rock Creek community, which is located along the extended center line of runway 30 left and 30 right. Overflights of this portion of the community should be expected. This is a very important and subtle statement. If this board attempts to turn away from or change this obvious fact, I can assure you, as I have in the past, the aviation community will vigorously defend itself. Several of my fellow neighbors that you will hear from tonight will try to tell you the airport is in violation of the navigation easement. The airport consultants have documented a letter from Jefferson County to the town of Superior that states, I quote, "The Rock Creek development site lies totally within the airport influence area, and therefore we would ask that the town of Superior require the developer to grant a navigation easement to the airport over all of the property." Some of my neighbors will try to persuade you to believe the navigation easement as granted is being violated. If my neighbors believe this, they should enlist the help of an attorney and go argue this before a federal judge. But I would like to remind this board and others, overturning the navigation easement does not invalidate its intent. Having a federal judge impose a more modern navigation easement would be even more unpalatable to everyone. You're about to hear from Paul Lanslow, the current airport director of the Rocky Mountain Metro Airport. He's going to talk about future plans at the airport. Part of those plans is possible commercial passenger service at the airport. Once again, some of my neighbors who are about to speak, who have spoken tonight, are probably going to try and use this potential commercial service as an opportunity to foment an emotional response in the hopes of further action against the airport. Do not fall into this trap. Mr. Anslow has shown he's a good steward of the airport and is presenting future plans here. Any commercial service at Rocky Mountain Metro is not in the near future of the airport. Do not let an emotional argument about something that might not happen for a long time cloud an opportunity to work on reasonable changes that can help. Finally, I'd like to thank Mr. Anslow for taking the time to present to the community about future plans at the airport. I'd also like to thank ABC X2 consultants for the high quality work they have done in trying to navigate this difficult situation. They will be presenting some reasonable options tonight and have done very good work. Please give the space to them and the airport to work together to determine reasonable compromises and get that street fixed.
Thanks for the comments. Okay. All right, any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll move on to our presentation segment, and I want to welcome Airport Director Paul Lanslow to come up and speak to us, and appreciate everyone's interest in this topic, and would just ask that we please be respectful. You may agree, disagree with things that are said, but let's all just be as respectful as we can as we hear everything, and we'll go through some questions and answers from the board. So welcome, Director Anslow.
Hey, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Paul Anslow. I'm the director at Rocky Mountain Metro Airport. Matt reached out to me about 2 weeks ago, asked me if I would come speak about growth and the master plan and sort of how that all goes together, and then specifically about the possible commercial traffic out at Rocky Mountain. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm not sure what I'm doing here, but it's not working. There we go. Okay. This is what Rocky Mountain Metro Airport looked like in 1964. You can see it's got the crosswind runway, the two runways. Actually, at the time, the parallel runway was our taxiway. Commissioned in 1964. The 1980 master plan can't be found. That was before digital. There's no copies that we looked at. So based on our earliest files that we could find is the 1988, which has been referenced by the people of Superior often. One of the things people have to understand about a master plan is it's just that. It's a plan for the airport that we hire a consulting firm. It takes about a year for them to go through. It costs the airport over $1 million to do this. And they look at economics, growth, trends, all sorts of things. It's actually open to the public, so there'll be public hearings out at the airport where people can do comment. And they come out and say, hey, we think this is what will be happening at the airport over the next 10 years. It's not a hard requirement, but a general rule from the FAA is that a master plan is done about every 10 years. So as you can see, there's the 9,000-foot 30 right runway. The other runway, as mentioned earlier by one of the tenants, went from 4,000 to 7,000, and then our crosswind runway has always been 3,600 feet. In 1988, this was sort of the overall, hey, here's what's going to happen in the area of the airport. There's no laser pointer, so I'll walk around and point if it's okay. You can tell the little dark shaded area is business parks. So if you think about Westmore, there's business parks up there. Over the runways is the light gray hashed. That's airport use, so think, aviation, hangars, things like that. Directly to the north is where Interlochen is, so you would see business areas. Thank you very much. So this area would be where Interlochen is, and you think about those buildings up there. At the time in '88, out over here, which is where we're talking about, was considered open space. And then down over here is more open space. So that's basically what the planners looked at. Hey, here's what's going to happen over the next 10 years in 1988. That's what the airport actually looked like in 1996. Fast forward to the 2000, which was about 12 years, so we close to 10 years. They talked about extending runway 321 to 4,700 feet. We never did that. We still have the 9,000 foot runway. And they talked about possibly widening 30 left to 100 feet. We never did that. So again, the master plan is not a law, it's not a rule, it's not exactly what will happen. It's here are possibilities of what could happen at the airport to growth. The other thing that's important to note is this area, although not well defined, clearly states aviation development. And that's that 170 acres that the airport owns that we plan on developing and putting hangars and ramp space out there in future development. As we go forward, you can see the 2011 airport plan. There's the crosswind runway, existing 9,000 foot runway. A little more acuity over here in the development area. So as we were going, and 30 years ago, they were like, yeah, we'll probably build over there, but we don't really have a plan. Then you fast forward to 2011, you look like this is what we're going to be doing. So as an airport staff, we look at that, we work with our consultants, and we're like, okay, we kind of see where we're going to go from in the airport. Here's some of the activities going on at Rocky Mountain Metropolitan today. We've got Pilatus business aircraft. They do final assembly on the PC-12 and the PC-24, employ about 140 people, and they're about to add 40 more in the next 2 to 3 years. I don't have the numbers, but I'm sure some of those people live in Superior. So the economic impact does impact all the surrounding areas, and those people are buying homes, spending money. We do training out with high schools. We've done multiple education days out there, Jefferson County, and we're actually working with Matt to try to get Superior County. We had 400 kids from Jefferson County schools out there and toured different businesses, Spartan College, flight school. They worked with FAA Tower and our staff to show people that there may be other options besides going to college. So we want to do the same thing with Superior schools so that people get an experience about, hey, you may not need to go to college. There's plenty of opportunity right here at Rocky Mountain. We do the firebombing, and that picture's dark, so I'm not quite sure what that. I think that's a military training, but the picture's dark. So people talked about growth. And you're right, in 2018, we had about 176,000 operations. But if you go through time and you go all the way back to 1990, you can see we kind of had a steady growth, and we continued to grow all the way up to about 190,000 ops right when Rock Creek was being built out. Had the economy not fallen, the trend most likely would have continued upward. However, if you look into 2008, 2009, we had that big economic downturn. It took us almost 7 or 8 years to recover. And then, yes, we've had sustained growth from that. And that's what we can expect. Airports, just like any businesses, are based on the economy. If the economy is booming, people are buying planes, people are using planes to travel, people are using planes for fun. So you can see those trends to continue. A slightly larger scale goes all the way back to 1973. And if you look at the number of operations in 1979, we had almost 250,000 operations back then. So we haven't just shot out of nowhere. We've actually had sustained growth. And then if you look, the oil crisis where gas was hard to come by, it was very expensive, the economy was going down. So likely our operations goes down. And then we come back, there's that trend, Rock Creek build out, 2007 and 8 and 9 comes back down and goes back. So our growth, even though we have a master plan, is predicated on the economy and where people want to spend their money. And if you want to come and buy a plane or go to flight school and learn how to fly or just take a tour, that's going to increase our operations. So that is basically my presentation on, how the master plan works, how they've sort of evolved from kind of rough diagrams to further ones. We will start one in the next year, year and a half. It'll take them a year or year and a half to complete. And I'd be more than welcome to come out and explain what happened in that. It will be open to the public. People can go and comment to our consultants and tell them what they think about the airport and how they think things should be growing. The other question that Matt asked me to talk about is commercial growth. If we don't plan for it, then we'll do it incorrectly. So much like those trend lines where the economy goes, we may never get commercial service. We have no idea. But the master plan is a plan that takes you out and says, hey, over the next 10 to 15 years, here's where you might go. So those questions have to be considered. And we, as an airport, it's my due diligence to consider all options and work with our consultants and with the airport staff about what's the best way to manage that airport. So it's a possibility, but it's not, I don't have an airport or an airline beating on my door saying we want to start service tomorrow. But as we get closer to the master planning process, which again is about a year, year and a half out, those are the things that we have to talk about. And they may say it's a terrible idea and you'll never get it. And they'll talk about our catchment area and who's buying tickets. Or they may say, hey, that is a great idea and here's why. And that'll all come out in the master plan. So at that point, I can either answer questions or we can let James and Jason do their talk.
Okay, appreciate the update. Questions from the board? Neil?
Director Ansel, thank you for coming and making the presentation. For too long, we haven't actually thought of ourselves as neighbors. I'll be honest, I thought we had reached out to you long before Matt reached out to you 2 weeks ago, and I really appreciate you jumping up and coming to talk to us today. I hope that this is just the beginning of a long, proactive relationship because, again, we've kind of just viewed the airport as the one over the hill that just kind of flies over us and never wants to talk to us. But I think what you're hearing from our community is twofold of issues. One is current noise, and the other is future growth. I'd like to just talk about noise right now and what you're doing, to kind of work with our consultants and maybe on your own. And one of the things that I want to use as reference, because I work all the way down in Centennial and I've used the Centennial Airport, I think the Centennial Airport has, at least in my mind, and I'd love to hear your perspective, has done a great job of working with their community, both in terms of informing and educating, both in the roundtable as well as putting a lot of resources on the webpage. And what I'll start with is their webpage. There's a direct link on the top of the webpage that just says noise. And there's two components to that. One is for pilots and users of the airport, and the other one's a noise roundtable. The latter link goes to the Centennial Airport Community Noise Roundtable that was established in 2009. The roundtable is comprised of local elected officials, appointed representatives from the community, airport staff, the FAA, CDOT, and other users. And I'll just, for reference, Castle Rock is included, and I think they're about 10 to 15 miles away from the airport, but they're part of the roundtable. They have a seat at the table to discuss noise issues with the airport. I think many community members here would love to see something from RMA embracing the neighborhood far beyond Jefferson County, but north to Louisville, to Superior, to Lafayette, to Erie. I fully understand that any and all noise abatement is completely voluntary, and I get that. But there are a lot of things the airport can do to take an active role. So back to the Centennial homepage and the top webpage, the noise link. In two clicks, I can get to the noise management webpage, and it links to resources for both those that live near the airport as well as a Fly Quiet program. And I'll be honest, today, it took me a while to find that on RMMA's website before I just kind of gave up and searched for it. It turns out it's listed under the sitemap heading, and I'm still looking for something that I can actually print out and take with me. Here's the key: is on Centennial, there's a specific point in the noise guidelines that says aircraft should avoid noise-sensitive areas, and depicted in green on the noise-sensitive areas map, downloaded below. And they have this fantastic 2-page tear sheet on routes and maps and everything, high color, high gloss, everything. It's fantastic. There's no statement like that on the RMMA website yet, and I'm actually hoping that you'll proceed to pursue something like this in very short order, because inbound pilots, they don't know where they're supposed to go, because the only thing is this low-resolution picture, which I struggle to figure. I'm turning it wrong way. I'm struggling to even figure out where it is, because it actually looks like the noise quiet areas, they don't even cover the apartments and the condos that are in our town right now. And I've seen a lot of airplanes fly deliberately over those, because I guess they're probably looking at this map thinking that's okay, and it might be. But again, if we had the roundtable, we could have a conversation around what is a noise-sensitive area and how do we educate the pilots, because I think the National Business and Aviation Association has a fantastic article, and I'm sure you've read it. Quiet flying is good for business. You guys want to be good stewards. We want to be good stewards of everything. We all want to work together. But I really look forward to some proactive steps of getting the information out to the pilots. And for me, I look at Centennial as absolutely the poster child for how we can get there. And again, it's not that I expect you to do it all by yourselves. We're here and ready and willing. Just looking for that first step to kind of form that roundtable and really bring in as many of the community members as you can. So it's really not a question as much as a speech. But,
So I'll try to answer your statement.
Sure.
Centennial's had this for years. They are way ahead of the game. 10 years. 10 years. I took over as airport director in December of 2017. I believe it was February of 2018 I actually came and addressed the trustees for the first time. At that point, we had set up a few town hall meetings, which the largest one was in August of 2018, right after our air show. We had about 125 people in our Mount Evans room. At that point, we talked about forming a task force to work together, because ultimately, I can't change that there was no response from the airport or Jefferson County to the request from Superior or other towns. I wasn't here. Since then, I'm very open to meeting with people, discussing things. I've gone out to Superior residents' home, sat with them and talked to them about what's going on at the airport. I will continue to do so. I will come to these meetings. Fast forward, the town of Superior I think was a brilliant thing, was hire some consultants, because they're sort of that mediator between the airport and the town and have some expertise. So working with Jason and James from ABCX Squared, we've made some positive steps. Now, the problem is those steps take time. Centennial's had 10 years ahead of us. We're not going to get there in a month or 6 months or maybe even a year. But what we are trying to do is we've created a task force of airport staff and stakeholders. Then we're going to a bigger one. And then eventually, as we sort of get some guidelines, and we're just, in the infancy stage of this, then we will bring in town members and create a bigger task force. And the reality is, we have to be very careful, because we cannot violate federal law and say you can't take off past, X amount of hours and you can't fly on Sunday morning because I'm going to church. But there are steps that we can do. And working with the professionals at the airport and the consultants, we're getting there, and we will continue to work there. And I think, I know it always gets a chuckle, we want to be good neighbors. Guess what? We are a loud, busy neighbor. You got 10 kids next to you playing softball next to you. That's, they're still good neighbors. And that's what we want to be. We want to engage the community, engage with you all, and try to make positive steps. So I think by hiring the consultants and working with our task force and them, I think we're going to get some positive steps in the near future, and then create some short and mid and long-term steps. And one of the things, I don't know if they're going to talk about it, was our website is below average. Okay? Our noise map is 25 years old probably, and if you look at it, the entire map is red. There are no ways to get into our airport without flying over a noise-sensitive area. That makes no sense from a pilot's perspective. I flew for 21 years. I'm very familiar with routes in and out of heavy traffic airports. You've got to have good maps and good things. So all I can say is we're working on it, and we'll continue to work on it to be good neighbors.
Thank you. Mark?
So, Mr. Ansela, thank you for coming here again. So I was here on the board when you came here right after you took over in December of 2017. You came in February and presented. one of the topics for discussion that night was, this task force that was, put together, and one of the frustrations that we had was that Superior didn't have a designated member on that task force. And I know that that was a discussion point that it was kind of news to you, and there was a creature of Jefferson County's, creation and the airport's creation. So I think that that's still an opportunity that, as a neighboring, jurisdiction, to actually have somebody who has authority to speak on behalf of the town and represents the town's interests would be at least a step in the right direction, I guess, first and foremost. So this presentation was interesting. I appreciate hearing about, the history of the airport, the plans for growth. I recognize what a master plan is, and it's an aspirational document. It's a planning document. Things can change. Obviously, the economy affects everything. One thing that I didn't see in your presentation, and I understand, you've got a business to run and you've got a business to grow, but we've got a community here to protect. And so we need to try to be good neighbors and figure out a way that we can coexist in a mutually beneficial way. I didn't see anything in your presentation about flight paths. Frankly, like looking at this map right here, at least looking from takeoffs, there's a bunch of people that live right here that we care about. There's a lot of open space right over here, right? Seems to me that you could really solve a lot of the problems with noise if you take off on this runway and then bank over that way. Now, I recognize... Okay.
I need to ask the audience to please refrain from excitement. Thank you.
And I'm not an aviation expert, and I recognize that there are big, tall mountains right there. But there's space, and maybe you can kind of take a turn and then make another turn. It seems like there's a way to avoid this densely populated residential area. But I'd like to hear from you in terms of, what your plans are in that regard. I'll just have a couple questions, and then you can kind of answer them after I finish. So what I'd like to know is, what are you doing to ensure that flight traffic avoids Rock Creek and Superior in general? What are the pilots told who are taking off and arriving at Rocky Mountain Metro Airport? What are the flight schools told? Are there any consequences for pilots who are flying over these areas if they're told to avoid them, or other residential areas? I guess those are the main problems. So I'd really like to know, what are we telling the pilots? Because if the pilots are just arriving at the airport, and that's an interesting point that you made about the noise map, and if there is an area that you're not going to be able to avoid a noise area, then what difference does it make what your approach is going to look like if you're going to go through it anyway? So that seems like a low-hanging fruit that we could target to give the pilots some direction as to where we should prioritize the flight paths. But I'd like to know just kind of, what are we telling the pilots? What are the flight paths that they're instructed to use? Can those be changed? What are the consequences if we are telling them to use certain paths and they don't avoid those areas?
Okay, I'll try to remember all those. So when I talked to Matt wanted to talk about commercial service and growth at the airport. That was the presentation. The presentation that I gave at the town hall at the airport, where about 125 people showed up, talked more specifically about flight paths. So I can come back at another one and we can talk flight paths. Like I said, you ask and I'll come. This is my job. I engage with the public. I am the spokesman for the airport, so I have no problem doing that. Without getting too technical, there's basically two types of flying when it comes to flying. It's called VFR and IFR. One's on instrument, one's on visual flight. So most of the jets that take off IFR because they're going to go to DC or California, and they're on basically a road map through the system. To change that to go left and hook is probably never going to happen, because if you think about a jet taking off, they're doing 400 knots, and it's only, 10 miles to the mountains, and the FAA is never going to turn a plane towards the mountains, because at that point, if there was something to happen, they're fighting that system and they're going to fly into the mountains. So if you take 50% of our traffic, I don't know the exact number, but if the IFR traffic, the instrument traffic, goes out, and basically when they reach a certain altitude, most business jets are at 400 feet. There's a couple other things, but basically all of them are takeoff, runway heading, when able, right turn. 010350. I think the consultants can talk more about it because they have FAA background. Very difficult to change. Again, if there were no mountains over there, probably very simple to change. The other thing is that adds up into the national airspace. So that now have planes going in, and you've got DIA traffic, Centennial, all these, it's spaghetti. And I think one of the people here mentioned they were at the FAA meeting. If you look at the amount of traffic that's being moved around the airspace, it's very, very busy. So that's part of it. The other part is VFR traffic, visual flight rooms. You take off and you say, hey, I want to depart to the north. Tower within 5 miles controls those headings. So if they say fly 360, maintain X amount of altitude, that's what that pilot will do. I have no control over that. That is the tower separating aircraft so that, again, there's no safety issues. If a pilot disregards a control tower direction, then there is consequences. Depends on who it is, what it is. If it's a flight student who's struggling, they may give them some leeway, but there are some consequences. But it is not the airport. I don't control anything above 1 inch off the ground. Once that plane takes off, air traffic control handles it within 5 miles, and then beyond that, the TRACON and basically the national airspace is in charge of that. So I don't tell the flight schools you can't do this or that because I don't have that authority. We do work with the flight schools. We meet with them. We do work with our pilots. One of the things that I think James and Jason are going to talk about is education, creating a better map, creating more noise program flyers and posters and data. And so, on iPads and things like that. So the younger generation, so that we are getting that word out that there are sensitive areas and when able. The other thing is, even if you are a VFR pilot, you're just flying, looking out the window, the pattern is very tight. The pattern is basically the flight path going around and touch and go. So you take off, you fly a circle, you land. And that's what students do to become more proficient. As more aircraft start coming into the aircraft, so on a Saturday morning when you've got multiple aircraft, business aircraft coming in, flight schools, and throw in fire bombers in the summer, that pattern gets extended. Completely legal, completely thing. Air traffic control is managing that. And if there was only 2 planes in the pattern, you could type, and they would never even fly beyond the airport boundaries. Most pilots can, make the turn, climb up the altitude, make the descent, and come back to runway. The problem is we're a busy airport, and that rarely happens. So as the day goes on and those busy times are happening, air traffic control, again, is managing that airport, and they'll tell one plane to extend, one plane to turn, and that is all air traffic control managing that.
Let me ask a follow-up question. So, and I appreciate your jurisdiction is on the ground, right? So air traffic control. So to what extent does air traffic control care at all, if at all, about any of the residents on the ground? Or are they just concerned about safely navigating the airspace in and around the airport?
So their primary, and I'm not speaking for the FAA control tower because I'm not one of them, their primary concern would be safety. How do you keep these aircraft from hitting each other or hitting a mountain or running into something that's not, conducive to good, safe flying? We have a good relationship with our air traffic control tower. We have we had a meeting today with them, runway safety team. So we talk about things to do, and the air traffic control supervisor was at our meeting with the consultants and had ideas and a discourse going back and forth. Because again, everything that we talk about, there's layers. Well, once it takes off, was air traffic control comfortable with it? That's within 5 miles. Then what happens outside 5 miles? How do we coordinate that? So we have that good relationship. I am not going to say that they care or they don't care, because again, I'm not one of them, but they live in the community. They're part of the community. We all want to be good neighbors. So I think if they're legally and safely able to do something, they would do it.
how difficult would it be for air traffic control, and maybe you don't know this because you're not an air traffic controller, but for the flight schools, if they're taking off on this runway and then they're banking immediately over Rock Creek, to just extend out over the open space and then bank over in this area, then you'd avoid most of the residences. You wouldn't have the noise complaints that you're getting. It would go tremendously far in terms of the good faith extended to the community. How difficult would that be?
If a plane were to take off and let's say, so there's two things, flight schools you can't really differentiate, because if I own a plane, and I don't, but if I did and I wanted to go out and just do some flying, I could do that. It's a small plane. I wouldn't fly any different from somebody who's teaching a student. So we'll just say if you're flying a small plane and you're departing, and we have two sorts of things that happen. We have aircraft at our airport that flies at other airports. And we have other airports that their flight schools come to our airport. One of the reasons they like to come to our airport is because we have a control tower. Gets them used to flying into bigger, more complex airspace, and allows them then to go, oh, okay, I can go into fly into DIA now, or I can go fly into Centennial, which is a really busy airport. We also have students who will go out and fly in Longmont or Greeley with no control tower, and allows them to do a tight pattern and get more landings per the hour that they're paying for. So could you have a plane that departs? Yes. But if you took a flight school who needed 5 or 6 landings to get his training done for the day, and you sent him all the way out here and then around here, and in that time you may have 10 or 15 other takeoffs, and it's kind of like follow the leader. You go around a circle following the plane in front of you generally. So that would extend that pattern, and pretty soon you're going to be up in the mountains because you got to time it in. And as you're coming downwind, which would be this way, there may be a jet coming in with a business traffic coming in. So it's not, I won't say it's impossible, but it's all about what the pilot is trying to accomplish on that day. It's like saying if you wanted to go to Denver, I'm like, well, you can't take 25. I need you to take this route and then this route. And you're like, well, wait a minute, I just want to go this way. It's kind of like it is with the airspace. A pilot can say, hey, I'd like to do this. And as long as it's safe and legal, air traffic control is generally going to let them.
So these flight schools with and then I'll yield. I appreciate these answers. I mean, really what's happening here is you've got flight schools that you've got people who are learning how to fly, and there is value in as many landings as they can get. So they want to keep as tight a circle going so they can take off, loop around, land, take off, loop around, and land. And the practical reality of what that causes is that it's just causing that much more traffic going above our homes and enraging the community. And basically we're at the mercy of the flight schools who don't really give a damn about the community.
So again, I would say we can't just say it's the flight schools. It's general aviation. We're a general aviation airport. Again, many people come from Superior and come and learn to fly because they want to go into the airlines and make those dollars, or they want to go and fly for the military. So you can't just say, oh, well, anyone from Superior can't come to our airport and fly, or anyone from Boulder. We have people from all over come to our airport and fly. So they are members of the community. So it's not that they don't give a damn, or they do. They want to fly a plane, whether it's someone who says, I've always had a dream and I want to be a pilot, or someone who's like, I want to be a pilot and I want to be a commercial pilot and I want to be a military pilot. They're coming there. Or it's a couple guys or gals who get together and buy a plane, and that's their hobby. Some people go and fish. Some people go ride their Harley Davidsons. We have people who have clubs and they come, share their plane. We have a club that builds airplanes out there, and that's general aviation. That's what we do.
Okay, Ken.
Mr. Hansel, thank you for being here tonight. You spoke a lot about the history. Can you give us a sneak preview of what you anticipate being in the next master plan?
I can't. Let's see if I can find the right map. You're going to see something like this. A lot more acuity over in this area here, because that's basically, we're built up over there, so that's where we're going to go to develop, based on the economy. We have Pilatus aircraft out there, so in my mind, you would say, okay, more manufacturing out there, a type of, Pilatus plant that, great for community, good jobs, but they don't really fly that much. They deliver aircraft, so it's usually 1 or 2 takeoffs, and then they go to their owners. We're going to get some more business jets out there. We're going to get, again, possibly commercial service, but all that stuff, it's demand driven. Like I said, I don't go to my office and there's, United, Delta, and American sitting out my desk going, we want to fly out of here, let us in. That'll be a discussion when and if they ever do. But if we don't plan for that, when they do come for it, and they're like, well, we built it all up and there's no place for you, or now we have to do, something else that isn't good for the community, isn't good for the airport. So I would just say nothing specific is planned. Generally, we're going to plan to grow over the next 10 or 15 years with, some more hangars and some more development.
Could that include a 4th runway?
No.
Okay.
There's really no room for a 4th runway.
This middle, the crosswind runway, is it correct to call that runway 321? Or
yes.
So runway 321, is it possible to reprioritize the training and local operations to that runway rather than the other 2 runways?
So that would be a question for air traffic control. We do a lot of helicopter training on that runway so that the helicopters aren't going out. And again, helicopters are much slower, so that would slow down the pattern, extend it, put more planes over the town of Rock Creek and other areas. So we do use that, but it's based on wind. Everything in aviation is based on safety. So the air traffic control is going to take a look at the wind readings we have and say this is the safest runway to operate.
Okay. Looking at the noise abatement procedures, currently there's a calm wind runway that is designated. Is it possible to switch that designation to runway 321?
It's possible. So the only problem with runway 321 is the length. So you could for small planes, but then a big plane would come in and now you've got opposite traffic, one plane landing this way, one plane that way. Generally, I won't speak for air traffic control, but that adds risk. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it adds risk when you have planes landing in different runways. So generally they pick one runway and that's the safest, most common. Also, the main runway has all our instrument approaches. So even on calm days, aircraft that are coming in on the instrument flights would want to go to that runway anyway.
Right. Have you had an opportunity to read through our consultant's baseline report?
I have.
Okay. So I think what we've seen there is that the majority of flights, or at least the majority of growth, is the local traffic, not the itinerant traffic. So that would generally be the propeller planes, not the jets or anything that's coming in with the programmed. It would be the visual flights, correct? So that's not what we're talking about as far as having to go down the larger runways, the ones that are causing the most growth, which in effect is causing the concerns with our residents. Those are the ones that could still use the cross runway in theory.
In theory.
Okay. Could you scroll back down to that final slide? This shows the landscape. So this area right here, is that airport property? And is it possible to extend that runway?
So it's not. The town of Westminster bought that golf course and owns that golf course.
So we're looking at a fixed length of that cross wind runway.
I mean, in theory, with enough money, we could buy that golf course. The problem is the terrain slopes down. Right. So to extend that runway would be hundreds of $1 millions would be my guess.
Okay. Talking to a few specifics, within our the baseline report, between 2016 and 2017, there was a 34% increase in local operations. I know you spoke to the broader economy being kind of the driver of your business. 34% in a single year is a pretty big jump that outstrips the economy. Can you speak to, were there new schools that came in? Is there something that changed at the airport that actually caused that jump?
So there's nothing that I'm aware of at the airport. Our flight schools are the same. We have 3 primary flight schools with a helicopter flight school. What I believe was what happened is the knowledge that the public has of the possibilities in aviation. Many may or may not know, but there's a crisis for airline pilots now. Mm-hmm. It's, So if you're a 17 or 18-year-old college student looking at college loans and all that, or you can get a guaranteed job that pays you high dollars and a great career, I think that's what's driving it. Our flight schools have increased. Again, economy sort of slowly tracks up, so we have more people buying planes as little groups and going out and, you know, doing flying. But I think the biggest one is the drive from commercial airlines with the money that they make in a career, that is now a very popular choice amongst younger people.
Okay. As you're doing your forecasting, and we've read multiple times that we should expect future growth from the airport, are you looking more at itinerant or local operations to drive that growth?
I would say both.
Both?
Yep.
One weighted more than the other?
I believe, and I don't want to be, you know, tied to this, but I believe our flight schools have kind of maxed out. And I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but from 17 to 18, I think we only had a 6 or 8% growth. It was a kind of a cap. So we still grew, but our fuel sales increased, I think, 15%. And that would tell me, okay, our flight schools have kind of reached their capacity, maybe a little bit more, but what's more coming is bigger business jets. And then they're buying the fuel, and that's why our fuel sales have gone up, because, you know, flight school plane goes out and burns 6 gallons or 10 gallons in an hour. A jet will burn 1,000 gallons.
Okay. And I'll yield my time back to the rest of the board, but one more thing I wanted to point out. We have a figure in the baseline report provided by the consultants that shows that in 2018 we had a significant number of noise complaints, and 860 of those, 65 came from a single household. However, even when you remove that 865, which I'm not saying would be appropriate, we're still looking at a 52% year-over-year increase in noise complaints. So it's not just a single few grumpy people. It really is impacting our entire community. I would hope as we continue to move forward, you feel that urgency the same way we do in trying to solve this problem. And I hope you're willing to meet the obligations and solutions that we identify.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Zora.
Hi, Dr. Anslow. Thanks for joining us tonight. I am really eager to hear your next presentation that's more around the direction of traffic, the growth, not the growth, but the hours of operation and things like that. So one thing I'd like to encourage you to come back with, just anecdotally, it seems like the complaints are stemming from the fact that more of these flights are in the early morning and late night hours. So I would really be interested in seeing if you can provide any sort of data on what hours these flights are happening, how that's increased over the years. From our consultant's report, I noticed that we allow engine run-ups currently from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Doing just some brief research on my own, I found that there's a lot of airports that restrict that to be 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. or even 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. I think chopping off that 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. hour and 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. hour might go a really long way in reducing complaints from our neighbors. I mean, 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. I know I've been woken up by a flight at 6 a.m. and I'm a pretty good sleeper, so I was surprised by that. But I think if there's probably not a ton of flights in those hours, but there's enough that it can be bothersome. So I'd really like to consider what can we do around those hours.
Okay. So an engine run-up is not a flight. That's a maintenance action. So those two are probably not tied together.
Well, and understood that emergency maintenance might have to happen in the off hours. But to me, that was interesting that we have different hours for those run-ups than most other airports. I'm wondering if our flight schedules or touch and goes are also tied to that as well.
Could be.
Paul, welcome back. So let's keep my questions focused around the growth. So you've had some pretty good growth, but your expected growth over the next 5 or 6 years would be what percent?
That's a very tough question because it could all change tomorrow. And again, I think our flight schools are not maxed out, but getting to the point where they're close. I mean, you can only fly a plane so many times. So it may be a correlation to Laura's question. why early morning? So if you're a flight school, and let's just say you had one plane, just to kind of keep the math simple. If you take off at 6 o'clock and go off for 2 hours, then you can turn around at 9 o'clock, fly for 2 hours, so you can maybe get 5 flights in one day. You also need to do nighttime as a pilot, so you're qualified. So hard to say what our growth will be. We plan from a staff, from a economy, basically all the things that we look at is around 10% per year.
So, right, so I read a quote, I can't attribute the quote right now, to about 12% a year, so.
That's probably pretty close.
So if your annual operations today are getting close to 200,000?
176 and 18, yes.
So the community, just simple math, I think if you were 10, 12%, you double in about 6 years?
That sounds like good enough math, yes. I mean, without having the numbers in front of me, that sounds about right.
So I'm assuming that right, so your total operations of about 176,000 might go up between 350 and 400,000 within 5 or 6 years?
I don't think so. And it's all about the airspace and whether air traffic control can handle it and whether we have the space to bring those aircraft in.
So where do you think your capacity in terms of airspace is today?
Today, that's a question for air traffic control.
Paul, I'm struggling here, right? So you're on record saying 10, 12% growth. I'm trying to sort of give you an opportunity to warn the community, right? You don't like it? We're not getting the warm and fuzzies from you here, right? I mean, you're trying to send a signal around being a good neighbor. I don't think the people that are in the audience today or watching from home are getting the warm and fuzzies. If you're getting a 10 to 12% growth, then math is going to tell you you're planning to double your operations within 5 or 6 years. Am I wrong? And if I'm wrong, then tell the community that we're wrong and you're never going to hit 350, 400,000 operations annually.
Your math is not incorrect, but I don't think we can hit 350, 400,000 ops. Centennial is the second busiest GA airport in America, and they're packed. I don't think we will get there.
Okay. Let's talk about the commercial airport.
I'll just pause. Where do you think we will get?
I think we could be in the, as you saw, we were at 290,000. I think that's sustainable.
Let's talk about the commercial aircrafts, which, people, there's different concerns, right? I mean, some people don't mind the jets. Some people hate the jets. Some people hate the propeller and the incessant noise. I happened to be at a nice barbecue last night, and I couldn't believe, and it was a house that was 3/4 of a mile from mine. Completely different experience because they were right underneath the flight path. I think I get more of the jets. This house got more of the propeller. There's pretty significant concern that we got from members of the community around potential commercial growth. And I may have missed it, but can you talk about how many gates you're planning and how many potential what would those new commercial flights look like in terms of the type of aircraft and how many per day?
Okay. So again, we are just planning for all contingencies. A similar model would be the Payne Field model outside of Seattle. Seattle is congested. If you look at kind of the traffic flow that they have, we're very similar on the traffic of the roads, driving down to SeaTac. So if you look at that, they started with 2 gates, went to 3 gates, and we're planning on somewhere between 24 and 40 flights a day.
24 and 40. You're planning 24 to 40 commercial flights per day.
I'm not planning anything. I'm preparing for the demand if it comes. So I don't have this is my plan, let's build 3 gates, 5 gates. That's driven by the airlines and, the possibilities of what we can get in there. But
so you're not planning for it, but you're preparing for it?
Yes.
Okay, I think I understand. What types of aircraft would you be looking at?
Again, that's driven by the airlines. We had Denver Air Connect coming in there with a turboprop, twin engine, 19 seat. That was the 6-day-a-week flights that we had. If that's what the airlines say economically fits their vision, then that's what we would go. If they say we need to go bigger, then it's the airlines that drive the thing. It's just like a taxi or Uber or anything else. That's they decide here's the aircraft that we want, here's what we need to support it. And that's a long process. You know, we're not getting that in the next year or two. That's a decade out, if not longer.
So Denver Airport couldn't be successful without the infrastructure around Denver Airport. When I think about Tower Road and Pena and the parking, where do these people, how do they get there? Where do they enter? Where do they park? Where do they come from?
I mean, let's go to the diagram. I mean, this is what we're looking at. I'm not down to the scale of this is the entranceway, this is how many parking spots, this is where, you know, the rental car return is. We're saying we need to develop this. That's our job as an airport. We have to plan. Our consultants will come in and say, you know what, that's not a great place for a commercial terminal. Maybe we tear down some of these older hangars over here and build it. I don't have, you know, this is the plan we're going, and here's where we're going to build. Nobody's paying for it. Nobody's beating down my door to say we need airline service in here now. But again, if we don't prepare for that, then I haven't done my job.
Try it again. Where do the people, how do they get there? How do you think, you've now been in our community a year and a half? How do they get there? What road do they take to get there?
Depends on where you're coming, 36,
Let's
128.
assume they come from Boulder.
Hey, you would come down 93.
McCaslin, maybe?
Maybe.
Okay. Just, if you were, I like the neighbor analogy. I appreciate you being here, and I'm grateful for you being here. But if I had a neighbor who was making noise that was disrupting my day of life and told me that I'm entitled to be here, and I'm preparing to do what I'm doing more, and I'm preparing to bring in a lot of people, I wouldn't feel very good about that neighbor. So, thank you.
Okay, others? Okay.
I'm very appreciative of the fact that you recognize the work that our consultants have done. And I'm going to put you on the spot. You know, we're obviously paying for those consultants right now with the town of Louisville. Obviously, you're coming up on your budget. We're going to be coming up on our budget, and we can all agree that their work won't end when we stop paying. Who's going to continue paying for them? Because this is not a one and done type of activity. I mean, if we use the Centennial analogy, this is a perpetual sort of work that needs to continue. You know, we're going to get a commitment from you to engage ABC Squared going forward after we're done, or is this going to be something that you're looking to the surrounding communities to continue to fund?
Good question. I would say that we would like to continue to work with them. It might be looked at as a conflict of interest if the airport were to pay them. I'm not opposed to it in theory, but if the airport's paying them to come up with recommendations, I would think that there might be a look at go, well, wait a minute, they're just doing, you know, they're just a mouthpiece for the airport. And I don't know what the contract says because I'm not really interested in it. What we do in the next 6 months or a year with the consultants is going to lay the groundwork for the next, 10 years. So I'm not really sure how, who's going to pay for it. I'm not sure. But I think that we can work with them. We can get some low-hanging fruit fixed, make some changes, work on some mid and long-term strategies that are going to make, us better neighbors.
No, I get it. I mean, I know Jefferson County has got a massive budget hole, but you guys are on record as not taking a dime for Jefferson County. I know you lost $1 million last year. I don't know what you lost in 2018 because it's not available, but.
The airport lost $1 million?
Yeah, in cash, on a cash basis. Based on the CAFR results in Jeffco for 2017. I don't know about 2018 because it's not up there, but for CAFR, 2017 is $1 million cash loss. But the point is, I think we can agree the consultant's not expensive, and I'd like to see it prioritized beyond, the maybe someone will pay for this. It's got to be top, again, back to what you're hearing from us about good neighbors. I think you're right. The consultant plays a fantastic role in terms of bringing everybody together. If you go back and look at the record, we spent an hour discussing spending $15,000 here because we didn't know if it was enough. We didn't know where it ended. We didn't know, why we're paying for it. This is, and $15,000 for a town our size, it's not immaterial, but it is, it's not insignificant. We're thankful that Louisville stepped up to pay for half of it as well. But again, there's no contributions coming from south of 128th. you know, and we want to see that. And I think the airport can play a role in bringing people to the table, and we all maybe pay a portion of it, you know, beyond what the airport can contribute. And I think that would go, you know, a very long way in sort of smoothing over the feelings that you have right here, because it's sort of like, we've got our community yelling and screaming at us to do something, so we stepped up, bought a consultant, paid for the consultant, get some of this dialogue going, which I think has brought us to a fantastic point, which we weren't at this point 6 months ago. So, you know, I think it was a great decision, and I'd love to continue to see that go forward. I just can't see it being on the Superior taxpayers' dime. So, you know, as budgets come up, you know, we'd love to see you kind of embrace that going forward.
I have a related question around that, which is, I mean, I'm so appreciative of the work our consultants have done. I think their report is excellent. But as you go through your own master planning, which it sounds like you're planning to be doing soon, I would really like to see you look to the community and look to noise abatement and put that into your master plan so that we don't have to hire consultants to go out and do it for the airport. Is that a possibility? Is that something you're considering, or will your master plan be focused fully on growth?
It is to be considered, and it is talked about, and it is, those sessions are open to the public, so public can come in and speak about the master plan, and that'll be, you know, over, like I said, we won't start ours probably for a year and a half.
I mean, what I've just anecdotally heard from the public is that, and understandably, that the airport is really focused on growth, not concerned with the noise abatement with the community. I think the more that your airport can do to alleviate those concerns, to publicize the noise abatement program, to offer penalties like many airports do, where it's written right on their website. You know, if you are violating the noise abatement policies, you will be fined. You will have this happen, you will have that happen. I mean, I think the more you can do to do that, the less need we have for a consultant, and we won't constantly be calling you here and trying to schedule meetings, and you won't have citizens calling in thousands of complaints. I mean, I think it's a win-win if you can take that proactive step in being a good neighbor.
It's definitely part of the master plan process.
Okay.
I just have one last question. What is the largest plane that could arrive or take off at probably, what is it, runway 30R? Is that
yes. It's up to 155,000 pounds. So we had a 757 come in there 2 or 3 weeks ago. That would be the biggest. And those are limited. So it's almost like a matrix. You can't just say, you know, X plane that's this size can land 1,000 times a year, because that would, you know, tear up our runway, tear up our taxiway. So the heavier it is, the less amount of landings and takeoffs that you can do. As you get smaller, then there's less or no restrictions. So realistically, for you know, the question that you were asked from Trustee Ryan about the gates that you're planning and you're preparing for 24 to 50 flights a day, whatever it was. What type of plane would those preparations entail? 737s, 757s? What's kind of like the most intense, realistic possibility that you could prepare for? Because of the weight, 757s are limited to about 30 takeoffs or landings, or a takeoff and landing is one per year. Beyond that, you start creating long-term damage on the runway and taxiways. So, not that we're planning for it, but again, it's driven by the customer, which would be the airlines. They would determine what's the best fit for the airport, but we could handle 737s in there. Regularly? Regularly. Every day, how many? Every day, unlimited. Unlimited 737s? Yes. Wow. Okay.
Okay, anything else?
I just have a quick question. Your colleagues down at Centennial Airport currently have no regularly scheduled commercial traffic going in and out of there. If you're going to fly in and out of there, you're going to use one of the private owners, and you can book an airplane and you can fly out. But there's no general ongoing commercial traffic such as you're talking about, and such as I think most of our residents are deeply concerned about. 14 737s going over their house every day, or 727s. What would make your airport, what would make Rocky Mountain more attractive to a United or any other airline that they'd want to come out here as opposed to going to Centennial? Obviously, it hasn't come up at Centennial. You just said it's what the second busiest airport of its kind in the country. What would be the factors that would make an airport or an airline want to come out to Rocky Mountain?
So I think you'd have to talk to an airline to get a more specific question, but Centennial's booked out. They're completely built out, so there would be no room for a terminal. They're also maxed out on their capacity, I would think, with the number of general aviation flights that take off on a daily basis. So they're not a great choice. I would say what makes us a good choice is we do have room to expand, and our location sort of centrally located between Denver and Boulder and the surrounding thing. Again, all this is based on what the airlines, how many tickets they can sell. So if they say Centennial's the place, they would go there. If they say we are not the place, then they won't come here.
But in reality, if you planned your airport differently for other types of airports, you could prevent commercial traffic like that from coming in by using the airport for other purposes, just like Centennial has chosen to do.
I don't know if Centennial made a conscious decision to do that or not. I'm not aware of that, whether they are or not.
But you could.
It's, in theory, possible.
And the last question, the large aircraft, 727s, 37s, whatever, 757s that have come in here, what's the primary use of those aircraft that have been coming in? Are they passengers? Are they flying equipment?
So those are passengers.
They are passengers.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone have anything further before we move on to our airport consultants update? Okay, Director Ansela, thanks for coming out and the information. All right, Matt, go ahead.
Just a time check for the board. It's 9 o'clock. Do you want to have the presentation from consultants? Do you want to reschedule this, considering the other items we have on the agenda? How do you want to proceed?
Personally, I mean, they're here. I think it works really well to have it in conjunction with what we just went through.
Yeah, and the public's here. So.
Okay. All right.
Yep. Okay, go ahead, gentlemen.
Patrick Hammer, town staff. We have Jason Schwartz and Jim Allardyce here tonight just to answer questions on the progress we've made today working with the airport on some of the noise abatement strategies and the baseline report as well. So with that, I don't know who's going to speak first, but we'll get them up.
Yeah. Jim Allardyce, ABCX2. Jason's got the presentation he's going to do for you, but I just wanted to offer at the end of the presentation in Q&A, I'd kind of like to revisit some of those ATC questions that you had, since my background's in air traffic control. So I think I can give you a little more perspective on some of that stuff. So I'll let Jason go ahead and do the presentation, then in Q&A maybe we'll revisit.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the opportunity again to come back and give you all an update on how things are going. It's interesting to follow the airport briefing, since that was a little bit, I mean, we're all covering the same thing, but I think our content is a little bit different and more focused. I'll kind of walk through what we had planned for you based on what staff told us would be most valuable, but at any time if you have questions, we can kind of divert from this. I think a lot of it will be updated, though, or answer some of the questions that you have from the earlier presentations. So just as an introduction, based on our last visit, we walked away with a few key takeaways. One was some confusion around community engagement and where that fits, since we originally classified the work in phases, not in tasks. And so there was this question about, well, if the baseline is the first phase and community engagement was a latter phase, how are the two going to mix? So just for clarification, we've relabeled that, sort of rebranded it as tasks, and all of the tasks are really not sequential. They're more of going in parallel. So As we did the baseline, we were taking in community input, either that which we received through staff. We had phone conversations with residents. We had in-person meetings with residents. We looked at correspondence and complaint data. So we looked at a lot of sources to get that resident input and understand some of the issues from that perspective. And that community engagement piece will kind of follow through the baseline all the way through the strategy development. So they're not kind of going in silos. We're going to continue those all throughout. Also, the other takeaway, or one of them, was there was a lot of confusion, if you remember, about the scope and how the contract was written. So the first thing we did was Jim and I got together and we really looked at what was intended in the original contract and what we heard from staff as what your needs are. And then we created a work plan with very specific actions, outcomes, and deliverables. We talked with staff to make sure that they were comfortable. We had this little, we had a telecon where we walked through those and they were comfortable, and that's when we moved forward. And finally, again, going back to community engagement, we heard loud and clear that that was a priority. It's a little bit challenging I'm based in Portland, Jim's in Atlanta, so the working with the community directly is difficult, but we are finding ways to expand our outreach. And then we're relying heavily on staff since they've got the relationships here, and Patrick's been fantastic in helping us engage the community. Sometimes it's directly, sometimes he's getting questions that he's able to answer and just pass it on to us, and then we can integrate that into our process. So as a quick sort of reminder, we have these 4 components. Again, these are tasks that they're all kind of going on at the same time. The baseline assessment was that first deliverable. The community engagement and the industry engagement support our baseline work, so we can understand what are the current conditions, what are the concerns from the community, what are the constraints from either FAA or the airport, et cetera. And then ultimately it's the strategy development on, okay, now that we understand what the issues are, and we heard some of them today, what can we do? And I kind of use strategy here loosely. That could be anything from working on better land use planning and collaboration with the different counties and the towns and the cities that are doing land use and zoning around the airport, all the way to actual flight procedures that pilots will use when they're operating in and out of the airport. So kind of going through those areas, and I'll go through it kind of quickly because I know we're kind of pressed for time. The baseline's been completed and submitted. You should all have a copy of that. The community engagement, as I mentioned, we're supporting staff-led outreach, although we're available and we're working with the community as we can and as the scope and budget allow, of course. We're addressing resident concerns through email, phone, and in person, so we've had those conversations. We've also developed a fact sheet and some web content which can push out information that we're hearing the constant kind of the same questions over and over, and things we have a sense that the community is interested in, so we're pushing that out. And as new questions come in through Patrick, we're developing answers to that and putting it, giving it to him to put back on the web. They've also added both Superior and Louisville specific links for question comments. So if folks have questions or comments related to this, they know exactly how to reach staff, and then subsequently they can reach out to us. And then we're also working with your staff as well as Louisville on a planning meeting, we're planning a community meeting, which we've just moved to July, just because we finished the baseline. We want to have enough time to really get the strategy stuff probably complete, so we can come back in July and brief the community as well as you all. So we'll have some kind of a community workshop probably in July to go over the outcomes of the project. As far as industry engagement, like I said, this is sort of an ongoing piece. We actually just had another meeting with the airport and a couple of their advisory board members today. The tower was invited, but the manager there wasn't available, unfortunately. But one of the takeaways, and after hearing some of the comments today, I did want to say, as somebody who's working for Superior, not for the airport directly, we have gotten a lot of time. We scheduled an hour with the airport today. I think we ended up close to 2 hours with the airport manager, with Paul, with a couple of his staff members, and with a couple of advisory board members. And I'm just saying that to reflect that he's running an airport, he's doing his job as the manager of the airport. But he is, in my opinion, my experience, is showing a commitment to working with us on your behalf. So, when Jim and I started, we had no idea what kind of reception we were going to get. You know, I've worked with airports who won't take the calls from a noise consultant not working for the airport. So I understand there's challenges, I understand there's impacts, but to the question of are you trying to be a good neighbor, my opinion is I've been really pleased that we've been able to, you know, enter the tent, we meet and we talk and we're working through things. And to date, I don't think I've proposed or Jim's proposed any strategy or solution that the airport said, no way. There was a couple technical things that were brought up in one of the meetings we had where we weren't the ones. I don't know if it was a pilot or whatever, but there were things that were, they wouldn't be safe. So those were put down. But again, Jim and I have experience in doing this kind of work. And so we kind of know what right off the bat wouldn't be safe. And we haven't gotten any pushback. And that's across the gamut of operational procedures, land use, airport development, and industry and community engagement. So I feel like we're getting really, really good support. On the strategy development side, I'll go through a few of the things we have in the list right now. We're building this strategy list based on 3 areas: operations, which will, like I said, include anything from flight procedures to just common practices, like, or recommended practices, like don't do touch and goes at 2 o'clock in the morning. You know, fly certain patterns that if you can, and I have a slide that'll show you some actual flights that flew over Superior, but, you know, use a tighter pattern closer into the airport so you don't actually fly over Rock Creek when possible. So the operational piece is fairly wide. And then we've got the education and outreach, and you asked about the web, you asked about brochures, you asked about some of the maps, and part of our strategy development, or what we're proposing, would be those items. And whether we're doing it or the airport or you guys, I don't have that, but we were tasked with coming up with strategies that would help address these issues, and all of the things that I heard today are part of that list. And then after creating this strategy development, we'll bring that, we're going to continue to refine it, and then eventually we'll bring it forward to you for in a presentation. I'll have a little bit more detail on the strategy that we're looking at so far in a couple slides. So you probably have seen the baseline analysis. A lot of it really did, it was very consistent with what we're hearing from the community. It's light GA aircraft, so similar to the one I have pictured there. It's primarily touch and go activity, so what we call local traffic, the folks that are going around and around in the traffic pattern. That's what most of the complaints seem to be related to as well. So that's all been consistent. As far as flight procedures and patterns, the south portion of Rock Creek does tend to get overflown by those touch and go operations. I think there's some opportunities there to change the pattern in such a way that air traffic will approve it, and they'll maintain safety under most conditions. Certain conditions they may not be able to, and so as somebody alluded to earlier, there was a comment in the report that said, based on the location of the south portion of Rock Creek and being right along that center line, we're not confident that we can tell you there won't be another plane over the south portion of Rock Creek. And that's just our observation and sort of giving you the realistic expectations. As far as community complaints, the majority do come from Superior residents. And I did a fairly robust, again, the airport was kind enough to give me noise complaint data. I think it was for 6 years, not just what's on the web, but I could really dive in and understand what's the time of day, what's the aircraft type, where are the complaints coming from, that kind of thing. And I did find the majority of the complaints are attributed to propeller ops, which isn't surprising considering the growth and the types of aircraft operations and aircraft flying over Superior and specifically Rock Creek. And then touch and goes do create the volume of noise complaints, although we do see approaches, so non-local, non-pattern traffic, just people coming in from, say, another airport landing, do overfly often the Rock Creek area, as do departures. So this just is saying that local operations do make up the majority of the operations and the complaints. But what I wanted to show you here, I guess I'll use the pointer. This is showing you that, see, this particular track, actually, I'd rather just stand here. This track is showing you that, you know, some aircraft do come in earlier or turn sooner, and then you've got these that are out here. So what we're looking at is how can we encourage a tighter traffic pattern. Similarly on this end, you see these are clustered here. reasons why they were wider. Could be air traffic told them to because they had somebody else coming in and they had to do it for spacing. Could be that there was a bunch of airplanes in the pattern, so they had to go wider to make room. But I think more often than not, there is going to be the opportunity to encourage pilots to be aware of that earlier turn, and perhaps at the end of the runway, make that turn instead of waiting till you're 2 miles out over Rock Creek. So this is still stuff we have to work with the control tower, but I do see a lot of potential there. And that's probably the complaint driver, because what you're seeing, that's one aircraft track who just kept going around and around. So that's your typical touch and go local traffic pattern. And that's kind of where our bullseye is focused on, really addressing that type of operation.
Jason, before you leave that slide, and I'm going to interrupt you.
Yes.
Why are we not seeing the same level of noise complaints for the Westminster part of that flight path?
I don't know the complaint stats off the top of my head. I would guess that Westminster is putting in, I don't know if Paul knows off the top of your head. I don't know the percentage. It's actually in the baseline report. For that same flight, you should see the same number of complaints north or south, at least just, I'm guessing. Just curious. And the interesting thing is that community there, we've been looking around like, what can we ask for? What can we do differently? And if you just shift, instead of taking off north towards Superior, well, let's say you take off to the other direction. Well, unfortunately, when I was looking at that, it's like, well, I've got another town there. The other interesting fact is if you depart, if you're flying in this direction, you're landing over these people. If you flip it, you're landing over Rock Creek. So really, if the pattern is wide like that, you're either going to get arrivals or departures. So, but as for the tolerance or the propensity to complain, I'm not really sure. So going into the initial mitigation concepts and strategies, it's kind of a high level, just to kind of give you an idea of some of the things that we're looking at, especially the low-hanging fruit. So raising the pattern altitude to 1,000 feet. There's been we've talked to different operators and we've gotten different reports on what the pattern altitude is, which isn't surprising. It's not uncommon, and often you'll see it published differently in different aviation publications. So we need to get that squared away, but the airport was supportive of setting it at 1,000 feet. I think the tower was fine with that. And then we'll make sure that we message that to pilots. So you maintain 1,000 feet during your time in the pattern until you have to reduce that for landing. And also exploring community-friendly ingress and egress. I think we talked about that where if they fly past Superior before they turn, I can't remember the exact comment, but that's exactly what we're looking at. Is there a way that if you're departing the airport, not doing the local pattern, can we kind of thread the needle and get them off and out and then back in using major roadways, things like that. As far as policies and practices, we're looking at preferential runway, which is really common at airports. Unfortunately here, like I said, if you go in one direction or the other, you're hitting one community or the other. Of course, I'm in Superior, so there might be the propensity just to say, well, let's just put it over someone else. That's not the approach that we typically take, and hopefully that's not what you ask of us. But another alternative is what they call alternating or runway rotation, where you say, okay, how about we rotate? So sometimes we're going to, one direction, sometimes the other, and that way you're sort of spreading the operation and the noise. It doesn't really help in a local traffic pattern operation because, again, you're either landing over somebody in this case or taking off. But for leaving the area, like a departure, you're not directly coming right back. So that could be an option. That's something we would look at. Exploring adjustments to the closed traffic pattern, that's that touch and go pattern. Can we tighten it up? We've looked at a couple options so far that wouldn't be feasible, but turning at the end of the runway looks like something that could work. If you have two aircraft probably in the pattern, and Jim could speak to this better than I can, that would probably work. But once you get 2, 3, 4, then they got to space them out to keep enough space between them. So that may not work in that condition. Another thing we heard from the community was sometimes the airplanes come in really low, far out. I don't remember what the mileage was. I want to say somebody told us like 8 miles out, they're coming in at, really low altitude. So there's glide paths or guidance at the end of each runway at Superior at Rocky Mountain that tells the pilot, here's how the angle that you should be flying in, and it tells them if they're above or below it. So what we would be recommending is look for that, make sure you intercept it, and then stay above that pass. So don't come in, and we call it scud running in the business. Don't, come right over town at 2,000 feet and, just make a lot of noise that's unnecessary. And then avoiding overflight of noise-sensitive areas when practicable. That's always a great thing to say, and we're definitely going to look at that. The challenge there is there non-noise sensitive areas that they can get from outside the area into the airport, and that's a challenge right now. We're looking at major roadways. There's the terrain issue that we talked about earlier, so there's some challenges there, but we will leave no rock unturned. On the education outreach, I heard some comments about that earlier, and that's definitely something in our list. So working with flight schools, whether that would be training the flight trainers, the flight instructors, training them on the noise program, and making sure they pass it on to their students when they're in flight. They can point that activity out. And also the airport staff currently does flight briefings or flight training briefings to the flight schools on the noise program. So we're exploring or recommending possibly that the frequency that those are done get increased. Also briefings to the local pilots, so not just the flight schools, but the pilots in general, flying clubs. We're looking at air traffic controller briefings to make sure the controllers are aware of the noise program elements, the noise sensitive areas, and ways that they can support this effort. And then outreach materials such as brochures, airport signage, the website's a great example. Any way that we can get the message out sort of falls into that area. Regarding scheduling, this is actually sliding a little bit because this was what we created initially, and then we kind of regrouped and we were chartered a little bit differently. You'll remember originally we were looking at everything, and then we were told to shift to flight schools as a concentration. So anyway, this is a little bit off, but we're looking at the May timeframe to complete the strategy identification. It might be closer to June that we're done with that. We'll have this because we have to create the portfolio of strategies, and we have to vet it through air traffic and the airport for safety and our industry advisory group to make sure that these are things that they'll be able to comply with and that that they're willing to do. Because we don't want to put a bunch of recommendations out there and the community's going to have this expectation, and then you find out, well, the pilots aren't comfortable because of some operational or safety issue. So I'd look for that around mid-June, and then we're preparing for the July community event where we should have all of that buttoned up and ready to share with the community and how we're going to move things forward. If there are questions, I would love to answer them, although I may have to defer to Jim if you get too technical. Some of the ATC stuff is not my bailiwick.
First, thank you. I recognize it's just kind of the baseline, so this is a great start, and looking forward to the final report. Two totally unrelated questions in reverse order. There were a couple letters there were some documents that were attached in an appendix. Mm-hmm. Where did those documents come from?
The airport master plan updates.
I'm referring to those were the letter. There was a letter from basically Rocky Mountain from the airport when we were doing the planning and during the 80s for Rock Creek.
Uh-huh. Those are the master plan updates.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Matt, did you have a copy of those previously? I had never seen those letters.
We may have those in our files. I mean, they're dating back to 1986, but I haven't seen them.
Yeah. In the essence of time, I think I'll sort of skip the content on them, but they're on our website. I recommend that everybody review them if you have not already. They're jaw-dropping, so, to me. Second unrelated question, and the education to the flight schools. For my own, if you're doing touch and goes and you have a 1 hour training, how many touch and goes would somebody be able to do in an hour?
That'd be a Jim question. I mean, assuming it's just one aircraft in the pattern?
Yeah.
You know how long it would take to get to the pattern?
Yeah, it's probably about 10 minutes per trip around the pattern.
So they could potentially do 6 or 7?
In an hour, yeah.
And if the airport required full stop as a requirement, how many would they be able to do?
First of all, I don't think that would be something that they would require.
There's a publication by AOPA
Yeah.
around safety publications, making that as a recommendation. I'll forward that to you. So if they were doing full stop,
Yeah.
how many would they be able to do in an hour?
It would decrease it substantially.
Thank you.
And air traffic, just to be clear, ATC would have to implement that. I don't believe the airport can.
Yeah, currently, it's done on pilot request. I mean, they can request to do a stop and go. Or if there's a traffic pattern reason where they don't want them to go right back out into the pattern, they'll just tell them to clear to land, make a full stop landing, and taxi back. And then when they can accommodate them back in the pattern again, they'll launch them again. So.
Others?
I just have a quick comment, and it was in your recommendations, and you talked about encouraging pilots to stay above the prescribed glide path, which the funny thing is, I want to read you a little bit of something, an email I got from a former military or Army pilot and now corporate pilot. And it didn't mean a lot to me then, and I think it does more now. Because what he did say is, due to the altitude of the landing area versus the altitude of the homes in Rock Creek South, the aircraft are in a landing profile being very slow and low, 1 to 2 miles from the touchdown area. They're shooting approach at a very low angle because of the land formation. If the airport environment were flat like Centennial, they would have to maintain a normal approach and angle. Here they're able to come in at the altitude of the runway a mile out, which puts them very low and slow over the homes. And I think if you obviously the geography of Rock Creek, we sit below the airport, and people are suggesting that the airport, the planes are just coming in at the altitude of the runway, which is probably why we hear a lot more of the noise on our side versus Westminster. Because in Westminster, the same altitude as the runway, so they've got to drop down that 1,000 feet versus they can fly at the altitude of the runway, a mile out. I don't know if that's what you mean by the PAPI indicators, and that would force them to stay 1,000 feet above the runway as opposed to at the altitude of the runway, a mile out.
Is Rock Creek, I probably should know this, but is Rock Creek at a higher elevation?
Lower, we're a basin.
Way below.
Then the aircraft, if they're following the recommendation that I propose, would be higher.
If they're following the recommendation, but if we were to suggest that they're not following the recommendation right now.
I don't know why they would. What you're reading, I mean, the PAPI gives them the prescribed glide path, which is 3 degrees typically standard, unless there's a reason. And the only thing I've heard would be a steeper approach because there's terrain. So normally it's 3 degrees. So I don't know why they would be coming in lower based on the terrain. It's something we could explore.
I would say it's possible. I mean, if I'm out just flying around sightseeing and come back to the airport, and I don't want to climb to pattern altitude because I'm already above the runway, but I don't want to, I mean, it's possible to come in low and flat like that. And that's one of the things that we've talked about encouraging in pilot education is, look, enter the pattern at pattern altitude, fly the glide path, fly the PAPIs. What PAPI is Precision Approach Path Indicator, if you didn't know that, but that's a visual signal that's on to the side of the runway that the pilots can see and know that they're visually on this glide path. And that theoretically is going to lend itself to more idle power descents and
quieter.
Quieter. Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate it. I mean, I think it's probably as part of your observations. If you just park your car up on 128, you'll see a lot, how it's very different, whether near the north end of the runway coming in or the south end of the runway coming in, and how the airplanes are approaching it. But I really appreciate all the work you guys have done. This has been eye-opening.
Ken?
Thank you guys for coming back. I'll second what Neil just said. The baseline report was a terrific report. Lots of really great content in there. I just want to repeat what I think I heard. When you come back in July for the community outreach event, you're also planning on speaking with us about actual tangible implementation steps and timelines. Is that the goal?
That's the goal.
Okay. Is that a realistic goal?
Very.
Excellent. I think that's what our community is craving and waiting for, and that's what we're hearing on a weekly, if not daily basis from our residents. So I look forward to that. The only thing I'd like to note, it was a little bit frustrating in reading the economic impact section of the report. I understand that there are economic benefits to airports in general. I find it hard to swallow that we're getting the type of economic benefits that were alluded to. We're not in the tax income or the tax area that's getting direct benefits from the on-site operations. There's a lot of other municipalities that are getting the ancillary and indirect benefits. If we were truly going to figure out what the economic benefits were to Superior, I've got to think that it's a lot less than what was alluded to in the report. But otherwise, I thought the report was really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Laura, go ahead.
First, just want to say thank you so much for your work on this. The report was really excellent. Just two quick questions. One, with regard to the initial contract we signed, how much time do we have left?
Time-wise, as much as it takes. I mean, we're going to complete the timeline that he put up on there. Yeah.
We will complete that. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're not.
Fantastic.
If the question is, are we going to ask for more money before completion? No.
Fantastic.
We're done.
That is great news. Thank you. And then my other question was the graphs that we had throughout kind of showing the different complaints, always with the asterisk of 865 complaints from one household. Is it possible to kind of see those graphs with those excluded and see kind of how they fall? And that doesn't necessarily need to be in the report, but just separately. It was really hard to distill the patterns when you know that there's one house that's half the complaints.
Yeah, happy to rerun those, just
okay.
Pull that out. Yeah.
Thank you. And then just additionally along those lines, could we see kind of just number of households? I think there was one graph that showed that, but not over time.
Yeah. Can you just repeat?
Yeah, I can email it to you as well and take it offline.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
All right, anything further? Okay, gentlemen, we appreciate your time and work on this and look forward to additional.
Did you have like 2 minutes that I could address a couple of things that were asked earlier?
Sure.
Okay. So just a couple of things I wanted to say. When they were talking about when you take off, can you turn out over this area here? One of the things, or Miss Rock Creek altogether, that's a function of the weather, temperature, and useful load of the aircraft. So on summer days where the aircraft is really heavy, they climb really slow. The minimum climb gradient specified by the FAA is 200 feet per nautical mile. Aircraft normally do not turn off of runway heading until they're out of 400 to 500 feet. So that puts them 2 miles off the departure end of the runway, which makes them fly right over the south part of Rock Creek if it's really hot and they're heavy. Now in the wintertime, this can be a clear in a million day, cold day, might be a light aircraft, they're going to tend to turn a lot sooner. So is it possible to miss this? Yes. For the VFR aircraft in the pattern, and that's one of the things that we want to encourage to happen. But is it a guarantee that we can get it so they'll miss all that? No, that's not a guarantee. The second thing was they talked about IFR departures. Same rule, 200 feet per nautical mile minimum. However, most IFR aircraft and on some of these RNAV departures that they do, they have a 500 foot per nautical mile climb gradient, which means they have to go runway heading for a mile. All the current departures out of here, the standard departure headings are 350 degrees and 010 degrees without, unless otherwise coordinated with Denver TRACON. Denver TRACON is the one that controls where the itinerant departures turn, not the tower here. So that would be further discussions with the air traffic control folks over at Denver to have them have a heightened awareness of what they can do. And the last thing I'll say is the reason they can't turn left is because of TERPS. TERPS requirements is terminal procedures, and that's where they do terrain and obstruction clearance. And the TERPS headings for this airport are basically from runway heading around clockwise to 150 degrees. So they can take off this way and turn all the way around and then go southeast. Or they can take off to the southeast on runway 12, turn to the south, or turn back around here to 350. But it's basically from 350 around to 150. That northeast quadrant is all their terps to fly. In other words, they say it's not safe to fly west and southwest of the airport. So just ATC 101 for you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, appreciate everyone's interest in the topic, and to be continued. All right, we're on to the consent agenda.
Clint, may I make a request that we, rather than moving forward with the consent agenda, we instead go into executive session?
We do have, well, we've got
And change the order.
We do have two other items that we've got people here for.
Okay, so that we can't change the
4
order.
and 5. I just think that, I mean, we could, but I think I'm hopeful we can get through these others somewhat quick.
Okay.
Okay. All right, consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay. All right, motion by, well, and we've pulled 3D, so this is for A, B, C, E, and F. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by, we'll go with Trustee Shaw. And all those in favor? Okay, that passes unanimous. All right, we have 3D, which, Mark, you pulled that. We've got a message from our Planning Commission Chair, McCool, who's here, requesting to pull that or table that, and I would suggest that we just table that and have further discussion. Is that?
Well, I don't think Bob was requesting that we tabled it, but he sent us a revised work plan this afternoon.
Yes.
It has some changes that I think in Bob's email, it was his attempt to reflect kind of the discussion that we had at our dinner with the Planning Commission.
Yeah, there's nothing of any surprise in here, I don't think, but.
Looks like just but I don't think any of us have had a chance to review it carefully.
I think the problem is, you know, Bob, I looked at it briefly.
Yeah.
I think the changes are good, but those changes are not on our agenda right now, so.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, there was no way to get them on the agenda. We didn't have our planning commission meeting till Tuesday, but yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
I would suggest that you table it.
Well, so we could either approve the work plan that's currently on, or we could table it and then include the revised work plan that Bob submitted today.
Yeah, if you want to put it on the next agenda item, that's probably fine.
I'd suggest we table it and put it on the next agenda. That way we've had a chance to read it and anybody comment on it and so on.
Okay.
So I think they're good changes, though.
Before we do that, Matt, do you have any concerns with that approach?
No, I mean, that sounds fine. I mean, I think the one change I saw was related to the Northwest plan. That was the main change, right?
Yeah, there were the two items that there was general consensus on at the dinner that I just articulated, that we'd work with staff to work on sending recommendations to the town board. So those are and very light rewording that, yeah, yeah, I mean,
there's
fine.
more specificity in the work plan now, and I think
Yeah.
they're good improvements because it's going to help.
We'd like clear direction. We'd like some clear direction.
Let's
table it and come back to it.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. All right, item number 4 is approval of manager change for Old Chicago. Kendra?
Sure, I believe someone here from Old Chicago. Okay.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Menning from Old Chicago. I just want to start out by apologizing for not being here on you guys' last meeting 2 weeks ago. I think I was told you guys were informed that we had a huge misinterpretation of the emails that was going back and forth between all of us. So I just really want to apologize about that, because I know it could be seen as disrespectful or unprofessional, because I would see that as if I had interviews or meetings set up and someone didn't show up for me, that's how I see it as like a waste of my time or a slap in the face. So I wanted to apologize.
I think pulled from the agenda can be a little bit confusing, so we understand how the error was made.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, maybe Kendra can kind of go through procedurally what we've got here.
This was continued from the last time because there were some questions about the DWI fund. Yeah, I did. Can you know? Okay. This was continued from the last hearing or the last meeting because there were some questions about the answer you gave on your individual history report about prior convictions and pending charges. So I don't know if you want to try, I know that you refiled something, and I assume the board has that, and that's a new individual history report that provides some more details. At this point, if the board wants to ask about any of those details, the board is welcome to ask. If you want to provide any additional explanation, that's appropriate as well. So
yeah, I mean, the first one we put in was a few months ago. It was by no means I was trying to hide anything. It was a total oversight of putting that pending one in. I didn't even think about it just because it wasn't final. I didn't know nothing what was going on with it. And I understand it did say, you know, it did quote add in any pending violations or things going on. So by no means was it I was trying to put something under the rug or hide it from you guys. I do stress, like with Old Chicago, some of our what we call touchstones, which are our core values, is transparency. So keeping open communication with all of us, along with integrity and accountability. And I do hold myself accountable for not originally putting that in there. But in full transparency, you know, I'm happy to answer any questions or anything.
just one thing, it says in your report that you had a court date for May 9th. Did that happen?
Yes, that was last Thursday.
And can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, so with my lawyer's best interest, said that I should enter this plea bargain, to plead guilty to the DUI. So with that, the judge issued 6 months incarceration with work release. And I've been in full transparency with my work with Old Chicago, let them know everything about that. And other than that, it's like 2 years of supervised probation that he also gave me.
So the 6 months, is that weekend? You serve on the weekends and you work during the week? Is that?
I have orientation this coming Wednesday in 2 days to let me know how it all breaks down. But from what I'm hearing from like probation office and lawyers, you know, they give you 6 months. If you get issued work release, that like acts as good behavior. So that 6 months is like 3 months. But I think it's every day. It's like, I think I get released for work. I go to work, and then when I get off work, I come back.
Okay.
From my understanding, that's how it works.
Okay.
It takes tremendous courage to show up here tonight and for your personal life to be exposed. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. Did you drive your vehicle here this evening?
And that's another one. That's a good question. I don't own a vehicle right now. I'm not driving. That's another reason why, like, I know a question that could be going through your guys' head is, well, what's going to stop him from doing something like this again? How can he uphold standards in a restaurant if he's not upholding his standards outside his life? And that's a daily reminder of that mistake that night is I take Ubers and Lyfts every day. That's like, just to work and back is like $350, $400 a week. So no, I did not drive. I actually rode over from work with my regional manager, Eric. But every day I take Lyfts and Ubers home or a bus, but most of the time my work schedule doesn't match up with buses, so. But yeah, that's a constant daily reminder of that mistake. Is definitely the Uber and the expenses from it. One thing I can say is, you know, even, and this is what I told him, you know, we went through on Thursday, is I have a lot more purpose in life than just drinking. And I've made some mistakes in life. That doesn't define who I am, but it does tell me that alcohol has been like a root to these main mistakes I've made in my life so far. And I've redirected some things. One, I have my nephews. My brother lives here in Colorado. He lives in Denver. And I have two little nephews, 5 and 3. And I'm a huge valued part in their lives and as a role model. And I want to set the right example for them. So that's one thing that's kind of, my brother kind of gave me as an eye-opener. He's my older brother. 2, he's gotten me involved instead of, if I do have downtime, on days off, I'm either at their house visiting my nephews, or he's gotten me involved in the strongman sport as an athlete. That takes a lot of commitment and discipline and sacrifice, and it's definitely more satisfying of a hobby than drinking alcohol.
So I can't tell you which way we're going to go tonight, right? I have no idea.
Yeah.
But you have impressed me personally. Have you thought about speaking to kids or within the public school system, and would that be something you'd consider?
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
So if we made some introductions to you to the local principal of Monarch High School right around the corner, you would take those introductions and you would promise me that you'll talk to Mr. Anderson and follow through and make yourself available to speak to his students?
Oh, definitely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
So I'm a bit confused as to what happened in 2018. So you had the charges that you pled guilty to this past, I guess, Thursday or Friday. So there was an incident that happened in April, and then there was another one that happened in August?
No, just in April.
Just in April?
Yeah.
Okay. Because what I've seen looked like there was an arrest in August. So I guess I'm just a little bit confused as to where the information is coming from and why there's an inconsistency there.
I thought that there was some explanation given that you weren't charged immediately after the April incident. Is that right?
Right, yeah.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. We're trying to understand why both April and August show up on your CBI report.
Oh, I'm not for sure on that one. That was the only charge like I got, because I got ticketed or something at the hospital because I had a concussion. And that was in April. That was the original, night.
Did you fail to appear for something and then get arrested later? Did anything happen in August?
I don't think so.
Unfortunately, with the reports that we get very little information. So we can't really confirm what happened in August.
So it's your testimony today that you had an accident in April of 2018? Right?
Yeah, because there was originally 3 court dates set. I don't know what, a hearing or something, and then there's a second court date, and then there's going to be a jury court date. I don't know if that has something to do with it.
Okay. But you weren't arrested a second time in 2018?
No.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Okay. Others? Questions?
Mr. Henderson? Yes, sir. Are you here to testify on Mr. Menning's behalf?
I'm here to answer any questions for you. I'm Jeremy's direct supervisor and just really was here more as a reference for his performance at Old Chicago, his implementation of our liquor standards, serve safe alcohol practices, and just as moral support as well.
I appreciate the letter that you furnished already. Can you speak a little bit to just Mr. Menning's personal character and whether or not he's been a consistent and high-level employee for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I interviewed Jeremy, I believe it was about 2.5 years ago, and was one of the most engaging and lengthy interviews I've actually had in my career.
Jeremy's performance out of the gate has been extremely solid. He's been at multiple locations. He's been at our River Point location, our Westminster location, Lakewood. He's got great enthusiasm, great drive, and a high level of accountability for not only himself in his workplace, but also the employees as well. I included in that letter the current statistics at the time for serve-safe alcohol training of our staff members, and he's at 100%. Our expectation is that we maintain a 90% or above, so he exceeds in the compliance above the company standards.
Excellent. And I think the answer is probably obvious, but you do trust Mr. Menning to actually run one of your stores?
100%. 100%.
Thank you. And Mr. Menning, I do appreciate you coming back and providing us with the information that you have.
Yes, sir.
Okay, others? Okay. All right, well, like others, I appreciate you coming back, and it's always good to hear, both sides of everything. And
Yes, sir.
Yeah, at this time I'll entertain a motion from the board. Is that where we are to?
Yes, exactly. There would be a motion. It could go either way, a motion to approve or to not approve the.
Kendra, would you be able to go through the criteria again?
So really, it's if the manager is of good moral character. So that's really what you're looking at. If you think typically a DUI in and of itself wouldn't be sufficient. I think the issue here was always that it was the failure to report accurately that DUI. So the DUI in and of itself is usually not sufficient to deny, but it's what could be seen, and I'm not accusing anyone, what could be seen as being untruthful on the application that is a valid reason to deny.
Not asking about this specific case, but in general, if information is, since it's of good moral character, if information is learned that would tend to doubt somebody's moral character, what is the process for which a manager approval could be rescinded without an actual application?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You apply for manager change, right? And then so there's a review for the standard of good moral character, right? If something is discovered and there's no need to have a manager change, does a board like this one have the ability to change their mind?
Oh, well, perhaps, but it would be difficult. You could issue a show cause order and have the liquor licensee come in for a hearing to determine whether the liquor license itself should be suspended or revoked. But that would be a tough burden for a manager that you already approved. If you did get information that came forward that said that the manager was not of good moral character despite this, I think the process would start by sending a letter to the licensee, asking for more information. But you could. It would be unusual. And typically what the licensee would do in response to that show cause order would be get a new manager.
Right.
Because obviously the licensee doesn't want the liquor license to be suspended or revoked. But if you're asking, can you change your mind? Probably not, unless something really big and new comes forward.
Yeah, the big and new is the uncertainty between the report that we received, which had an August arrest, and so. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're dependent upon, lines of data that are not.
Right, and CBI reports are notoriously like this. They show arrest, they don't show disposition, they're not always accurate in location or date. So I wish I could tell you that, we could rely on these, but this is the way CBI reports often are.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Ken, go ahead.
I'll move to approve the permit allocation and report of changes for the new general manager for Old Chicago.
I'd like to second the motion.
Okay, motion by trustee Lish, second by trustee Skwarczynski. All those in favor? Okay. And, everyone except and opposed? Lasis, Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. So motion passes.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you, folks.
All right. Yeah, we'll do. I will email Matt and some introductions will be made, but you've got some talent in the world to speak publicly and some courage. Use that, young man. Use it. Save lives.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you. All right. Laura, you had requested flipping the executive session. Do we want to still consider doing that, or do we have, I know we've got Alex up next with item number 5, the asphalt contract.
Depends on how much time the board needs for this item. If you think you're going to have then I would say let's go into executive session. If you think it's...
You guys saw my question. I sent it to you guys earlier.
I would make a motion to approve.
I have one question first.
Yes?
Yeah, I mean, it was...
Sorry.
Okay, I mean, I think this would be very quickly because, I mean, my concern was the way the memo was written is the relative delta between what was in the budget, 3.4 million, versus the contract of 2.8, the 600,000 is enough for the contingency. And I screamed because a 22% contingency is astronomical.
Yeah.
If we can get a 10% contingency and bank a $300,000 to $400,000 savings, I am all for this.
Alex Arnold, Director of Public Works. The budget information there was just the budget sources. We weren't trying to put that contingency on. You're not approving a contingency tonight. You're just approving the contract. We're not asking
approving for the 2.8 million.
Okay. No, that's all I wanted to make sure. Because contingencies have a way of magically getting spent.
Yes, I agree.
So, that's all.
It's a not to exceed of 2.8.
Yes.
That's correct. So any change order above that would have to come back to you for approval.
That's right. Okay.
All right. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Laces.
Well, does he want to read the?
You want to read the?
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution number R-28, Series 2019, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving construction contract with Asphalt Specialties Company, Inc. for the 2019 Street Rehabilitation Program.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Laces. Second by Trustee Lish. All those in favor, or actually roll call vote, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Laces?
Yes.
Hammerly?
Yes.
Folsom?
Yes.
Wish?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Kwasinski?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Motion passes unanimously. All right, next is executive session to hold a conference with the town attorney to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute 246402-4B regarding ongoing litigation. Have a motion to go into executive session. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Laces. A second by Trustee Skrzynski. All those in favor? All those in favor? Please raise your hand. Okay, all passes unanimously. No. No, time is of the essence here. All right, executive session.